Okay, so you should be able to see me, except things aren't working right now. Oh, this is great. Okay, hang on. We gotta figure out what's happening here. Can people hear me? That's the first question. Hmm. Let me try something else here. Okay, that is VOD. You can see that, so that's good. Something weird with we'll have to debug this. Anyway, happy Friday. We are going to do some fun stuff today. But let's give it a minute. And you know what I need? The most important thing is I need the music. Let's start with my synthwave background. And let's tone that down a little bit. I think that's right. Now, let's see. Okay. Hopefully this is going to work. Let's try this again. Okay. You're seeing the correct thing. I don't know why it was giving a little bit of a problem earlier. And now you see my screen, then you see me. Okay, great, great. I think we're there. Let me ping the Discord. Let them know I am online. I'm digging the music. I'm digging the music. It's a little bright right now, so I'm going to change the lighting as well. I like it a little chill sometimes, not so intense. Okay, that's good. I like it a little more dramatic anyway. And I'm going to change the background color to something just different. It's too similar to what I had before. Why don't we try, oh, that looked good. Okay, I like this. I like this. Again, happy Friday, happy Friday. Okay, let's clean up my desk a little bit. Busy day for me. I was vibe coding. Maybe I'll show you a demo. Okay, so we have Cami Luna, we have One Up Croaker, we have Pluzzing. I didn't expect it, but this tablet came in today. I didn't expect. Oh, audio. There we go. It was pointing away from me, so that should be a little bit easier for you to hear as well. Okay, the Discord crew is notified. Yeah, I thought this was going to come next week, actually. Maybe early next week. I didn't really anticipate it coming quite this fast, but it took less than a week. In fact, it came at, you don't normally want to get a package, it comes in at like 5 p.m. or later. This one showed up at like 10:30 in the morning. So, okay, that was cool too. Okay, so what do we have for you today? Oh, let me lift it up. This is going to be difficult for me because this is a big tablet, okay? Okay, oh, Kamvas Pro 24 GEN3, okay? So this is 24 inches, and you know what? Probably need to take a look at the, it is quite a bit, just a handle on the desk. This is about the biggest I could probably do a live stream on. If it was a 27, I think it would, there's no way I could possibly use this. Raptor Art, so I contacted Wacom and Lumen Pro. Curves are not showing up when in pen display mode. I'm really curious what they said, Raptor Studios. Very curious. First of all, does it have a pen display mode? Because I don't recall I was able to find one. I mean, I could disconnect Windows from sending a display signal to it. I don't know why. Still 60 hertz with three year response time. 3-millisecond response time, Arch. But 3-year response time is funny. They said they are now aware of it and they're going to try to patch it in. Okay, that's good. That's good. Technically, Huion doesn't own any warehouses. They all use logistics companies to keep some of their stock in California, some in Kansas. There may be okay. They've always come to me pretty quick. So this was a few days early. It's in the Wacom Lab setting. It's in the Wacom Lab setting. Okay. Sorry, I got confused. In my head, I was thinking MoveInk 13, not MovingPad Pro. So I understand now. Thank you. To be for 27 months in ideal settings. Arch is always good in these streams. Okay, where's my camera up here? Let's turn it on. You know, I searched for my Christmas hat. Couldn't find it. I could not find my Christmas. I have a little, thing, like with the ball at the end. I don't know where it went to. The closest thing I have is a scarf that's red and white. So maybe I'll wear that. Okay, let's see. Let's do an overhead here. Well, that's at least you're seeing the camera, huh? Ooh, look at this. Now this is big. Let's see if I should be able to zoom out. Yeah, okay. I can zoom out enough to show you the entire thing. So it is big. It is big. I will say the box is thinner than I expected compared to the old Kamvas Pro 4K from a couple of years ago. I think that's a 21 or 22. Sorry, a 2022 model. So it's nice to see them a little more compact in the box. Let's see. Gonzalo Mandela says, just got my 27-inch 60 hertz less than a year ago, and I have to wait 2 or 3 years to upgrade. Yeah. You're talking about the Huion Kamvas 27 Pro? Kamvas Pro 27? Are you liking it so far? Gonzo Mandela. I messed things up. Okay. I got my camera. What I'm doing lately is I'm taking photos as so I can document. Because sometimes I really want to see. So you're going to have to bear with me because I want to get, evidence. This is difficult. I have to. That's actually, it's impossible to use my phone this way. So I believe, though, I can take a screenshot from my app. Let's try that. Let's try it. My upstairs camera, overhead camera. Let's see, can I do it? No, that's not it. Okay. You can still hear me, right? That didn't do what I thought it was going to do, to be quite honest. I'm looking for... I thought I was going to take a screenshot, instead it did something totally weird and different. Okay. Give me a second. Can I take a screenshot? Image. Man, I guess I was mistaken. You're loving it, Gonzo Mandela? That is good to hear. That is good to hear. Oh, wait a second. Snapshot is not supported in UVC mode. Okay, something weird might happen, so hang on. Let's yeah, we're gonna try this. Nothing. Okay, everything's so far working. And okay, nothing's weird. Where's my music? I lost my sound effects for some strange reason. You don't hear it, but you can hear me. Give me a sec. I got to figure things out here. Okay, just give me a minute. Let's see. We got messages here. Looks exactly like the KP19. It does. It is just bigger, Camulina. It's a little bigger. Christian Grant says, you just got yours. Are you enjoying it? And then Raptor Art Studio says, saw a random video about this Adobe Photoshop Fresco app thing. It's basically the little brother of Photoshop CC. Super excited until I saw it wasn't running. Yeah, it's so weird that it doesn't work on some devices that you'd expect it to work on. Very unusual. Okay, what's going on here? I just can't... Okay, we're back. We're back. Whew. You know, for me having the... Sorry, no, it's really loud right now. There we go. I need to have something playing, otherwise it's very unnerving for me. Okay, so we are... Whew. Okay, I figured out what to do. Let me just tell you what happened, why I paused. Now when I show you this screen, like you see this, I can actually take a screenshot without my camera. I can actually use the overhead, which makes total sense, right? So that's nice. And let me move this mouse out of the way. Trivia fact. Apparently, the word muscle comes from the word mouse. Is that interesting? We can verify that bit of etymology later. Okay. Sorry. J-Ra says new to these displays, but currently trying to choose between this and the Cintiq 24 2035. It's a tough choice actually. It's a tough choice. I'm turning on my main PC now so I can draw while watching the stream. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let me take a screenshot and then we will talk. We will chat. We'll chat amongst ourselves. The Wacom neurotoxin seems to be working well, Arch says. Okay, let me take a screenshot. I mean, capture the screen. Let's see. Thanks for your patience in doing that, in waiting for me. Okay. And then, let me show you the back of this thing. You gotta be careful because, like, this is so big that it's gonna hit my microphone. So I have to be very careful when I rotate this. Okay, what's it say? What's it say? Let's just take a look. And let's center it again so I can take a little photo. Okay, so the first thing it says, of course, is just the name. Oops, Kamvas Pro 24 Gen 3. Then it says, I love this. I love the zooming Pentec 4.0. Again, what that means is we get move some of these windows so it's not totally confusing what's going on. What it means is I can show the chat. How's that? Yeah. What it means is, of course, we get the PW600 series of pens, which are the next best thing to a Wacom Pro Pen 2. So, pretty good. Dual pen and dual touch. And I believe, what are they referring to here? I'm not really sure how to interpret it, but I'll tell you what the words say. first of all, they say both pens have a tail eraser function. Okay. But then it says, this is important, because and I hope you can read this. At the same time, for the first time, Kamvas Pro 24 Gen 3 supports dual touch of pen and finger, which can efficiently and conveniently zoom, pan, rotate the canvas while drawing. I'm imagining that means I can put my finger down here and then like with the pen drag or something and like something will happen. We'll see. So I had not read that before, so that's interesting. Okay, 4K resolution, no surprise there. Sorry for the rotation here, it's just the way it is. Cover glass fully upgraded. Now it says low flicker, anti-glare, anti-finger. Everyone's saying anti-glare, anti-fingerprint these days. Etched glass is the key thing. Now they, of course, because Apple called their texture nano texture, now everyone's saying nano etched cover glass. Okay. Now I don't want to diminish that they might have improved it. I'm just saying it's funny how people adopt Apple's terminology. And then they have the color gamut coverage, which can achieve very wide color gamut volume, sRGB, WRGB, DCI P3, and display P3. Oh, this is interesting. And a black and white mode. That's a new one for me. And the final thing they mention is it's color calibrated at the factory. Huion's been doing this for a couple of years now, so that's really nice to see. Other than that, it's pretty standard stuff. Nothing too unusual about it. I will say, this is the way the Huion boxes for the Pro displays have been looking for a while. I wish, and I say the same thing about Wacom, I wish they would, make it a little artistic, add some color like XP Pen does. And it just says Shenzhen Huion Trend Technology Co. Limited. Okay, that's pretty simple stuff. Okay, let's take a look at the chat. Yes, it did go wrong. It did go down the wrong pipe. Christian Grant says, yes, I'm loving it. The feel of the pen is really good. Pressure sensitivity, customization is really good, and the colors are dancing. Love to hear it. Christian, you're talking about the 27-inch, I believe. So one thing some people... no, wait a second. Christian, you got the... Which one did you get, Christian? I'm trying to find in the chat. Yeah, can you just remind me which one you got? And someone had a 27-inch Kamvas Pro. I think that was Gonzo Mandela. How are you liking the screen? Because some people said it was kind of soft, but I hadn't heard that. But some people had said it, or one person had said it. Let's see. KP19 also has the text about dual touch. I don't remember. Yeah, Kami Luna, I'm the same. I just don't think I've ever noticed that. And no one's ever demoed it. Koyo says, I think you can mean touch gestures without lifting the pen, similar to an iPad. Okay, we'll test it out. Did you see, Raptor Studio says, did you see that actually, that they actually do make a Wacom Pro Pen 3 with an eraser and a wider grip? I think it's the E model or something, like $115. Yeah, I saw that. We noticed it about a month ago. I guess it's now on sale. The only thing that weirds me out about it, it has a little thing on it, like a loop, I guess, for whatever reason, I don't know. Oh, 24 Gen 3. Thank you. Sorry, I got confused, Christian. I thought you were talking about the 27. But yeah, fantastic. And you're liking it, so hopefully I will say the same. So we're going to cut this guy open here. Oh, rotating these things is difficult. I might one day change my studio up so that I am sort of doing this. Sorry, I know you can't see anything. You're just like, what is going on here? Okay, there we go. It's a little better. Undo this. it's just difficult to do something when the box is right up against me like this, as opposed to me standing at a desk. Okay, there we go. And then we'll take a screenshot, as I keep mentioning. So there's a nice foam thing here to protect it. Very nice. They try to pack it and protect it, which I appreciate. And then the tablet is in a tablet. I always call these tablet shrouds. I take a picture. And then, oh. Now, I'll be honest with you. This tablet has the same body like as the old Kamvas 24. So that's a little bit of disappointment. I wanted a sleeker body. But I will say this. Now holding it, I guess in my head, I imagine the body is less sleek than it actually is. It's not really bulky, actually, right? It isn't as bulky as my memory led me to believe, okay? Now, one thing you're going to notice here, so everyone knows how it connects, okay? I'll just tell you what I see. There's a power. This is exact. I believe these are exact same ports that the Kamvas Pro 24 4K has, which I also have. So there's a power, USB-C, display port, and then HDMI, okay? For today's configuration, I'm going to be using power and USB-C, okay? Because that will simplify my life. Okay, now this is going to be a little tricky. Let me zoom out because I have to get it out of the box and move the box. Or I have to, okay, I'm going to keep it in my lap so we can take a look at what's behind here, okay? Let me move the shroud here. Okay, so what do we got? There's a little, take another photo. There's a little card here or something. Calibration report. Oh, now it's in a fancy little thing. My English is getting worse. I just call everything thing these days. These used to come just as a piece of paper, right? And now it's still a piece of paper, but now it's in a little envelope. That's cute. I like that. Look, it's little touches like this that make things feel more special. So, much credit to Huion for doing that. And then we have, this is interesting. This is like how it connects. Okay, and I'm going to zoom in so everyone sees it. So this is this is what you get in the box. Okay, 2 pens, a case, the remote, which I'm probably not going to use today. Some kind of USB cable. What's this thing? Quick start guide, which I assume is this piece of paper. Power cord and various cables. Okay, and then it says the different ways you can connect, and this is showing using 3 separate cables for power, video, and data, and this is showing 2 cables, one for power and one USB-C cable for data and video, which is how I'm going to use it today. And yeah, pretty basic, nothing really too. Here's all the cables. Here's the remote. Here's the power, which I will need. Here's the pen case. And let me put the pen case. Here it is, right? Let me, actually, before I do this, let me take this out and take a little quick photo with my... There we go. This is the calibration thing. I was asked to try this on stream, so I will try it. If I forget, please remind me. Okay? Is there a headphone jack? Good question. There is. Yeah. So on the right side, there's 2 USB-C, 2 USB-A ports and a headphone jack. Okay. No ports on the left. And by the way, just so everyone sees it. Oh, there are. Sorry, let me get my fingers there. There are 2 legs. Okay. So I think normally you will need a stand, which I have one, but there are 2 legs to give you a little bit of an angle. Okay. Pretty sturdy legs too, very sturdy legs. And then if you look in the back, There's the VESA mounting. These look like 100 millimeter by 100 millimeter standard VESA mounts. Okay. Yeah, it is kind of funny. You see a couple of tablets with headphone jacks. Art says, I'd rather the tablet be thick and have good rigidity, I/O and thermals than be thin but flimsy with no ports and 100 degrees. That's fair, Arch. That's totally fair. Right, this feels solid. I'm trying to do something to it, which you can't see. I am trying to flex it. I'm trying to twist it, and it's solid. It's solid. You know how like the Wacom Intuos Pro is like really thin, and you're always afraid you're gonna bend it. You ain't bending this, okay? Of course, you need to protect the glass. Okay, I'm gonna take out the case. Now, just so everyone knows, there's something underneath the case. There's a glove, and there's what the hell is this? Oh, microfiber to clean the glass. It's a white microfiber cloth in a little plastic bag. This is the power, which I'm gonna need. And here's the power cable. Yeah, we're gonna try to. I've never used a color thing. By the way, it says on the box, and there's a sticker here that says premium gift. Premium gift. Also, yeah, it's a nice package. It's a nice package. Let me unwrap. This is so dangerous that I'm sitting with the tablet. So you can't see it. The tablet's in my lap vertically. I don't know if you can see it. Let's try. Okay, you see it? It's like, it's precarious. It's sitting on my thighs, up against my chest, and I'm reaching over it to do this. Okay. Because there's nowhere for me to put it down. I mean, safe. Okay, so I'm going to just take off this little protector thing here. And I'm going to go ahead and just connect the cable, sorry, for power, and get rid of this twist tie here. Holding laptop in my lap like a small child. Yes, Gabriela, yes. That is correct. I'm kind of liking this view with, do you like this view with the chat? So everyone can see the chat kind of in the stream. I don't know if it's readable, but I might try doing that more often so everyone can, it's an easy way for me to show the chat. Assuming no one's saying anything naughty. Sometimes I get people in chat with rather interesting names, let's say. And I have to, I'll help anyone no matter what their name is, even if it's offensive, but I avoid saying their name. Just so you understand, we had a Mr. A.H. I will let your imagination figure out what the initial stood for, but I mean, he was totally polite. But that's my only thing that's ever come up in chat. Let's see. A little rant here from Pluzzing. I'm still curious why XP Pen doesn't have any pen holder that holds the pen vertically. Don't they? I just can't remember on the top of my head, honestly. You can't read it? Okay. Well, okay. I will figure out another way to do it so that you can read it. Naughty artist, dirty number. Yeah, that's exactly. This cannot be the cable I need. This is a USB-C to USB-A cable, so this is for data. I need Huion's USB-C cables that are full-featured are more powerful. Oh, before I get to the USB-C cable, look at this. They have a. What is this? This is an HDMI cable, but take a look. It's got an L-shaped connector. So when you put it here, it won't stick out. You know, it'll go over to the side. So that's nice. I don't see a DisplayPort cable anywhere, by the way. So that's interesting. I just see HDMI. I love DisplayPort over HDMI, just so everyone knows. The XP pen, Koyo says, XP pen box and hold the pen vertically. Okay, how do I get this thing here? Okay, and I got all these covers here. Okay. So the power is actually connected to the power. And what I need to do... Actually, you know what? I don't need this cable. I'm going to use an existing Thunderbolt cable, which should work. Sometimes you have to be careful because these... the random cables you have that are full-featured aren't as long as the Huion ones. And sometimes they don't stick in quite as well as the Huion one. We'll keep this off to the side. And if I need to use it, I will use it, okay? But I shouldn't need to, I think. Okay, now I gotta be a little careful here. I think you're talking about the pen case, Pleasing. I think Koyo's talking about the pen case. Okay, so... By the way, one thing I like about these boxes lately is that they have little carrying handles. That's pretty convenient. Okay. Oops, move this over here. And whoo, you know what? It's not light. Like you would, but it's not super heavy. I mean, it's heavy, but it's not crazy heavy. I feel like it's definitely heavier than the Kamvas, sorry, the Cintiq 2025 edition, but it's not, you know, it's not crazy. And actually, yeah, it's not as cumbersome as I thought it was. But you definitely feel the weight. Okay, let me get those legs here. It's a nice little, oops, I almost fell off the desk. Okay. Again, you're noticing this big light here. You've seen the anti-glare. That light is there on the glass, but the camera makes it seem much brighter than I see. What I see is much more diffuse than what you see. So I just want to let you know that's what's going on. Now, unfortunately, I don't know how to angle the light to avoid this. Let me see if I can do a few tricks here. It's a little tricky. It's a little, well, somehow I got to keep me lit and the light working. So I think we're going to have to just leave it there. Maybe I can do something. Okay. You know what? Let me just try one more experiment here. Maybe, okay. We'll just leave it like that. Next is power. It is cumbersome. Power goes here, right there. It's got an L-shaped connector, so that's nice, so it doesn't stick out. So nice little thought, see? A lot of times you'll get cables for a tablet and the wires stick out and it looks so ugly. So they did a nice thing here because the cables are like lower than the edge of the screen. So this hides the cable, I can't see it. From this angle, cable is invisible. Same, and I think your eyes see the same thing on the camera. Okay, now I have a USB Thunderbolt cable already here somewhere. I'm gonna, actually before I do that, let me just turn it on, okay? So what should we see? We should see no signal, power saving. Okay, because it's no signal, and 1, 2, 3, power saving. And just so everyone remembers, no signal means this is not receiving a video signal. Power saving does not mean it's not getting enough power. It means I have nothing to show you, so I'm just going to turn myself off until you bring some video signal to me. Nick Tyler has joined us. Hello, I think the tablet display don't need to be lit by a lamp. You need to turn it on to see stuff. Of course. of course. Nicely done. Well played, Nick. Well played. He did get me with that one. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. One thing you may want to watch out for here. Can you see it? The power thing rotates. I mean, this is normal for this kind of connector, but the USB-C cable is right here, so be a little mindful that this doesn't rotate. And you don't understand what I'm saying? You don't want this to push the cable over, okay? Okay. So, the screen is there. Actually, it looks fine, first of all. Now, before I continue, what I'm going to do is oh, shit. Sorry, I got confused. Let me try to explain why I was so confused. Okay, look at the chat, okay? Now, watch. Do you see? Whoa! Did you see what happened? Touch was enabled, so those little dots are my fingers, right? You see what's happening? So that just took me by surprise. I didn't expect it to just work, even though it's supposed to. It just took me by surprise. No, Nick, I just hadn't connected the cable. There was no problem. I just wanted people to understand, because so many people are confused about this no signal message. They always think it's a power problem. I'm saying, no, it's actually telling you there's no problem with power. Okay. And let's get... So, here's my first reaction. The screen looks good. I mean, it just does really look good, okay? And I'm gonna look at the glare. The glare reduction is good. I'm gonna turn off touch, to be quite honest, because it's right now with the way I'm doing things, it's getting in my way. I really wish there was a button for touch. There might be. Let me check. Yeah, I think this is touch here. Yeah, there's a little slider button right there. I slid it, so that's good. I love to see hardware disabling a touch. Yeah, touch is now gone. Okay. Screen looks good. The bezel's about 1 inch. Probably a little bit bigger. For those of you who know metric stuff, you can do some calculations. I think I can do it for you. The bezel is about 30 millimeters. There you go. So, I'm just gonna look to see if I see anything abnormal. Nope, looks good all around. No, I have never actually had a dead pixel or a stuck pixel, and I have a lot of tablets. In my life, I've had 2 stuck pixels on a monitor, and I had a lot of monitors at Microsoft. Okay, so I know it happens, but I've never encountered it myself with a pen display. Nick Tyler says, one thing to notice, on video, I can't see any backlighting irregularities. The gray background is ugly, but pretty uniform. Yeah, I think that's fair. And you know what we'll do? We'll do a, what do you call it? I'll make the screen black, and then or something, and we'll see if we can do a backlight test. I'll have to turn off lights, of course, but we'll do that later. Oh, AG Sparkle Koyo? Yeah, we're going to take a look at that. Now this is going to be, you can't see it no matter what I do, so I'm not even going to bother zooming in. But I will just do this just so it's a little more obvious what I am doing. Okay, I have to get it to my face. You know how this works, right? Oh, it's like I'm hugging this thing, okay? There is AG Sparkle. It's super fine-grained and not super intense. And in fact, I think all tablets have some. I think it probably has more than the Kamvas Pro 19. I would say, which is unusual. Kamvas Pro 19 should actually have more, by the way. I would say you won't notice it at unless your eyes are. Now I can actually do the actual calculation for you. Unless your eyes are, you'd have to put your eyes about 4 inches away from the tablet to notice it. Okay, within 4 inches. If you're not within 4 inches, I don't think you're going to notice. Okay, so I don't think it's a problem. So it's, I would qualify it as good, but not excellent. Okay, it's low enough to be good, but not excellent. Maybe slightly. It would probably on this. I think it's probably on the high end of good, meaning it's more toward like between good and okay. But you don't notice it until you're close, so it's not a problem. Now, what about sharpness? This is a tough one. Let me make sure I'm the right resolution. It is IPS. I do not think it's OLED. Okay, Koyo asked another question which we need to answer, which is what about softness? Okay. And before I continue, I need to do one more thing, okay? I'm going to duplicate the screen in front of me so that I can more easily demo things to you. So give me a second. I'm gonna extend 3, duplicate desktop on 1 and 3. Okay. Now it's gonna look a bit weird because it's going to HD resolution. That's okay. And I'm gonna switch this to 3840 by 2160 4K. Keep changes. Oops, I gotta go backwards here. Things can get confusing with these when you do these resolution changes. Oops, it did not do it. Try it again. Keep changes. Okay. And okay. Oh, look, it's flooding in my area. That's interesting. Okay, so I see. Okay, so now the question is, what about softness? Okay, sorry, I have to get up close to it again. It's heavy enough that I'm scared I'm going to drop it, by the way. Okay, so here's the deal. I'll be upfront with you. Do you remember I said that the Kamvas Pro 19 had some softness? This has that softness. Right now, I think it actually has more softness than the Kamvas Pro 19. So I just want to say that up front. We'll do a few more tests because sometimes, you know, the anti-aliasing of Windows can get in the way. So let's confirm this. And the way to confirm it for me is I'm going to turn off the scaling of the window, meaning I'm going to set this to, let me show you this. And we'll do some other tests, okay? I'm going to set the resolution here to 100%, you know? Because I sort of know this is crazy because the text is going to be crazy small. Okay, now I'm going to take a look at it. Yeah, it is soft. It wasn't just an impact of anti-aliasing. It is soft. We'll continue testing it. Hey, Tio, yeah. If you're sensitive to sharp pixels, you will probably like this less than the Kamvas Pro 19. Okay, that's my honest feedback. I am not bothered by this. I want to make sure that is clear to everybody. By the way, I just want to make sure on Windows, what you're seeing right now is this at 4K resolution, okay? Now, if you can read this menu, you got good eyes. It is really tiny for me, okay? I just want to make sure this is clear because a lot of people want 4K displays. I totally get it. It's a lot to really deal with when UI is this small. So I'm changing the display settings. Tia, have you had a chance to take a look at this yet? Or are you going to take a look at it soon, I mean? Usually for 4K, I set this to 250%, okay? Just because I have old eyes, okay? Now, one more thing is happening. I'm gonna have to change something in a second. Let's see if I can figure this out. Hang on. What? Okay. That's weird. Bluetooth, macOS, Windows. Okay. We'll see this. The keyboard. I have a thing that's uses the same keyboard. I'm on both my machines, and it's not functioning right now, and that's for some unknown reason. I'm gonna have to figure something out. Let me. Where's that app? It's called Synergy. I may have to do a little quick change here. I think this is it. I name all my computers after cities. So my Mac OS computer is called Orpheus, which I think is a city, and Heidelberg is of course a city. And I need to, I think I need to shut this down and restart it. That's what I need. Exit, yeah. And then restart Synergy. Where is it? Oh. Synergy. Again, this is just so I can type correctly. Yeah, nothing's working correctly. Let's see if we can type in here. Okay, that's not working. Can I type in here? Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. Whoa, now my keyboard's not working at all. Okay, you're gonna have to give me a break. Okay, what's going on here? I bet you I know. Okay. Okay, give me a second. Let me figure out how to solve this problem. I think I don't have it. I'm actually going to reuse a cable. I think this my keyboard is out of power is what the reason is. So I'm going to have to power it up. I'm going to actually plug it in to my USB hub. Okay, that's working. And then let's see if that's working. Then, sorry, this is not to do with the tablet. It's my setup here, which is messed up. Okay, got my start menu back. Great. I'll put the keyboard here until I do something with it. Whew, okay, let's get a drink of water. Tio says UI scaling isn't an issue with Windows, but 24-inch 4K may be an issue with macOS due to Mac UI scaling limitation. Got it. I thought the issues came when you had 2.5K resolution. Seven's keyboard wants to end the stream. Well, embarrassing what happened is I flipped the switch on the keyboard to turn it off. So it was not a power. It just was not, it wasn't doing what it's supposed to be doing. Now I still have another problem, which, I don't know if you can see this, but like my mouse won't go down. Like it's stuck in the middle of, it's sort of stuck. It's actually weirdly doing things. So I need to do another change to do something here. Let's see. What is going on here? Keyboard, mouse, copy, paste, manage. Troubleshooting. What happened was when I changed the resolution, it wasn't liking that. It really wanted me to stay with my computer here at HD resolution, which of course not what I want. Let's try. Sorry, I just have to do this, otherwise it's not going to be fun for the stream as I try to demo this thing. So just give me a minute. If I don't fix it one more minute, I'll just continue. And deal with the problems. Where the heck is that thing? It's not liking that, huh? Screen layout. Retry connection. Yeah, this thing is not doing well. Apologize for the confusion. It's just the change in resolution has just confused my app here. So I'm just trying to figure it out. And again, if I can't figure it out in 1 minute or a few seconds more, I'm just going to continue and I'll find another solution. Miscellaneous. Okay. We're just going to continue, but I am going to need a keyboard. So give me a second and. Oh wait, I can continue without the keyboard for a minute. So no worries. Sorry for the delay. Here are the two pens. And what do we got? Amir, thanks for joining us. Any issues you found on this? Not yet, Amir. We haven't really started the real testing, which we're going to do in a second. Here are the two pens. What do we got here? We got... why am I not switching here? There we go. There we go. So there's a PW600 slim pen with an eraser, and the normal PW, the thicker, right? And there's 10 nibs. Looks like 5 plastic, 5 felt. This is classic pen case and classic pens. So I'm going to use the slightly thicker pen for this. So the first thing we want to do is, now you notice that you're seeing the little cursor, the little dot. That means the driver for this tablet's not loaded. So we need to deal with that problem. So let us, this is where I need the keyboard, of course. I'm gonna need to get to Huion. Oh, first I need to uninstall Wacom. That's the very first thing. I need to add programs, and then let's search for Wacom. I think it's Wacom, or no, it was UG. That's what I installed the other day. We had UG. Yeah, let's uninstall it. And again, no matter what it says, I always recommend you reboot after you uninstall something. Let's go and uninstall. Camille, a good point. Let me take a look and see. What do we got? So this. I think the small one has the felt nib because it's gray. And let's take a look at what are the... Okay, both pens have the felt nib, the light gray nibs. Let's go ahead and do this. It didn't ask for reboot, but you should be super paranoid. And we should reboot, okay? So we're going to reboot. And then I'll put my face back on, because rebooting is not a fun experience for everyone. Let's see, Mir says 19 inch is such an unusual size, yet it's so good. I do like it. I do like it. I do think that, again, I've said this many times, 19 inch is literally the numbers between 16 and 22. You know, it's 3 inches in either direction, but 19 feels like a 16 to me. I think if it was 1 inch bigger, like if it was a 20 inch, I would feel like it was a large tablet. Your boy Takani says, coming from an Intuos, would you recommend a Movink Pad 14, iPad Pro, Cintiq Pro 24, or Kamvas Pro 19? Okay, let's start eliminating. So you already have a Wacom pen, and that Wacom pen is actually pretty decent compared even to other pens. So the first thing is an iPad Pro you might like, but it feels different to draw on. Lots of people who are used to drawing tablet pens don't like the iPad pen. I can deal with it, but I prefer a normal pen. So the pens that will feel better are definitely the Cintiq Pro 24. That's a massive tablet because of its huge bezels. Probably you'd be happy with the Kamvas Pro 19 and the Moving Pad 14. Get the Moving Pad Pro 14 if you need. If you're prioritizing mobility, get that. Okay. If you're not, honestly, you listed the Cintiq Pro 24 and the Kamvas Pro 19. I think you should also consider the Cintiq 24, not the Pro version, the Cintiq 24 2025 edition. Okay, because it'll be cheaper than the Cintiq Pro, even that older model. Okay. So it just depends on what you want to do, right? If you want to be sitting down, have a bigger screen, which I like, I'd probably go with the Cintiq 24 2025 edition. Arch says, I feel like we really need to specify the context when talking about how good what... Ha! Yeah. Arch. Okay. It's yes, Arch. That's very, very correct feedback. I agree with that. We should absolutely be clear about context. If you want to draw from a PC, I definitely recommend an iPad. Yeah. Make sure it's a 2025, not Cintiq Pro. Your boy Chuck, I can't get the 2025 version where I live, but I can get the 20 Pro. Can you try it out? The Pro 24? Because listen, when you're spending that much money, I would beg people to try it out if they can. Okay? Because it just, the screen and all that stuff, it matters so much. And you don't know how you're going to feel about, softness or anti-glare sparkle or whatever. So I think it's super important that you try. Okay, let's try this now. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. Oh, good. Okay, now my mouse is okay. I just had to reboot the computer and my mouse is okay. So now we're good. Now I don't have to use the other weird mouse. Okay, great. I got one more reboot coming. So let's get the Huion driver. Huion, where is it? Okay, I'm gonna move this out of my way here, even though you can't see it. And get that. Huion. And let's find support. Hello. Just type in Huion driver. Have I ever tried the 24 Plus from SenseLabs? I've had the 24, not the 24 Plus. I've heard from people it's pretty close to that Wacom experience. I mean, it's pretty good tablet. The thing is that, like, I think if you got, let me just give you an example. If you got the XP Pen 24 4K, then you'd be getting almost the same thing in a lot of ways, right? So does the SenseLabs 24 Plus put it in the same league as the Wacom? The Wacom still got a somewhat better pen, has a little less wobble than XP Pen traditionally has. So I think it's not quite there yet. I think it'd have to be better to say it's near that level. I mean, just at that level, especially for the price. Nizio, hey, Martin, nice to see you, man. My mind is always thinking of desktop art software is better than mobile. I think there's more there, right? Okay, let's get this download center. By the way, as a reminder, I'd recommend people do not install the V20 drivers from Huion. Install the V15s, even though it's older, because the V20 just has problems, okay? Where am I? 24 Gen 3. Okay, they have a driver. This is the V20, which I'm not going to use. I am not going to use. I can get the V15, which is from October. Mir says, I think Huion Kamvas Pro 19 is a 10. Extra pen, great feel, portable. Yeah, it's a fantastic tablet. I have no problem saying that. Okay, let's run this thing. Please close all graphic software. Sure. Let's see. Konto, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. There's no multi-window, multi-monitor support for Clip Studio on the iPad. I've been missing it. Yeah. Okay, again, when you install, I always recommend rebooting, okay? Now, I'm not gonna, this time I'll probably just not do it because the thing seemed to be working. Notice it recognized the tablet right away. And you can tell that because as I put my pointer on it, you see the actual normal mouse cursor pointer. So now that that's there, what we gotta do, we gotta start doing a few tests here. And the test we wanna do is, again, I have to put this up to my face because otherwise I can't see it. Oops. Huh, I pulled out the nib and it fell out somewhere. So already in 15 minutes I've lost we've got a nib down. That was funny. I must not have reseated the nib correctly when I was checking it. So, okay, that's one nib floating around somewhere. Okay. So we're checking Parallax. Sorry, we're checking, yeah, Parallax right now. Oof. You know, I think in Brad Colbo's review, or no, Garcia Arts, he noticed Parallax. I don't see quite as much as I expected. I'm not saying it's small. It might be, but there's actually something else going on. Let me try to explain to you. There's actually a slight calibration issue. So, like, basically the pointer isn't exactly where it should be. It's like, to my eyes, a little bit to the right. So I'm trying to find the leg here. Let me look at it not so close up. The pointer is like a little bit down to the right of where the tip of the pen is. Zalami, listen. I did a video that show. I mean, look, you get, and people like Koyo and others have saw the video. I tried to monitor at 60 versus 165 hertz. I don't know. I think the improvement in lag, it was like a 30% improvement at most. It wasn't like a 99% improvement. So if you're drawing slow, yeah, you'll definitely see it catch up fast, but then, or stay, the pointer will match. But I would say it's a moderate improvement, not like a mind-blowing improvement. Okay. Also, remember, iPad Pros, the apps you use in iPad Pros like Procreate, they do position prediction, so they seem like they have less lag than they do. Okay, so you have to keep that in mind. Your boy Takani. So between the KP19 and the Moving Pad Pro, it's not that there are too many issues with Huion. It's just that those are two very different scenarios, right? The only issue with the 19 is that it has a slightly soft display. I mean, some people say it looks a little fuzzy. I just think it looks a little soft. Yeah, the problem, Trenchy, the problem is the XP Pen and Sense Labs, they're just very close to each other in capability, so it's hard to pick the Sense Lab sometimes. Let's see. Yeah, the Camille, you raise a great point. The AMOLED. Oh, one more thing, just so you know, you won't experience this, but like, since I'm moving the tablet all the way around, like I'm moving it like this, and it'll fold the leg back in. So you're seeing me have to push the legs back out because I'm moving it in a weird way. Okay, I need to do a little calibration. So we got to do that. How do you do that here? Where is it? I actually can't remember where the calibration is on these devices, honestly. Monitor calibration. Okay, so everyone can see what I'm doing. So I remember, here's how I do calibration. You don't put your eye next to the dot, okay? Or to the pen. You sit like you normally sit, and you look like you normally look. You don't like try to do this business, okay? So this is where I would normally sit with a slight lean, and you hold your pen naturally. Don't try to do this. Hold your pen naturally, okay? And I'm gonna click. And your pen is going to rotate naturally because of your hand, okay? So don't try to force it. Just do the most natural position that comes to you. Even if it means you're tilting the pen, okay? Okay, now the calibration looks good, real good. The tip is exactly where my eyes say it's going to be. Okay, so that's good. So calibration worked. Nick, I think honestly that it's just the anti-glare treatment, right? Which by definition makes light diffuse. Okay, now that it's calibrated, let's take a look at Parallax. Okay, in one of the reviews I watched, this was at Garcia Arts, I think he mentioned it had slightly more parallax than he expected. He had more parallax than he expected. And in my mind, I thought, oh wow, it's probably got a lot of parallax. But actually, I don't think that's the case. It just seems pretty normal, actually. Could it be better? Yeah. But other than that, it actually seems very normal. Now remember, it's calibrated for my eyes. So if I put my eyes next to this, it looks a little off. It's calibrated for me being in this position, which it looks correct in this position, right? Or nearly so. Tilt compensation, good. Good. Let me try that again. Yeah, it's tracking it pretty well. Tilting is not messing it up. Yeah, so I'm tilt. It's got pretty good tilt, really good tilt compensation. I'd say it's actually excellent. Right, I think Koyo, you said it right. It's the softness of the caused by the matte texture. Oh, good tip, Konto. That's a real good tip. I like that. Once you've got the calibration right, make a backup file. The next time it goes wrong, you can always back up to the right calibration. And just, it's such a good idea. Let's do it. So I clicked on the gear icon. Let me do it like this. I click on the gear icon here. It's probably a bit easier to see if I do this. Gear icon. And then I go to backup and I do export. And then I'll just say LKG. Oops, why is it not working? Okay. LKG. Why is it not clicking? I can't type for some reason. There we go. LKG. Does everyone know what LKG stands for? Oh, and it's saving the program files Huion tablet. Instead, I'll put it into my documents. Okay. There we go. LKG is, at least in Microsoft, when we have like a version of something, we often label it LKG. LKG stands for last known good. Okay, let's export it. Thank you for the suggestion, Konto. That's a real good one. Okay. Oh, while I've got the screen here, what about viewing angles? Pretty good. There's no weird color shift in any angle. So I'm totally fine with this. Like all displays, as you do this, it loses a little bit of contrast, but that's normal. The viewing angles are pretty good. Okay. Texture. It's got a good surface texture. I like it. I like it. In fact, it has more than I'd expect, to be quite honest. I'm touching it all over just to make sure yeah, the pen is not slipping, for sure. But it's definitely a smooth texture. Definitely unlike if you're doing this with glass. Like it's sliding with glass. Okay, so we got that. Now let's do a little bit of Krita. Jaugi is here. Nice to see you, man. Pen tablets are less precise in general, but not because of the hardware. It's a general property of different tools. Hey, you know what? Because you brought that up, Jaugi, I've been thinking about this question about whether people feel that they're more accurate with pen tablets or pen displays. And here's my idea. I'm going to create a set of templates for people to just trace some lines and do little exercises and have them do that with a pen tablet and a pen display. It's the same stuff. And then we'll compare the lines and see we know which lines actually look better. And like you can't undo. You just have to draw the line the first time, right? Last none good. Exactly right. Lots of people say that, Arch. Lots of people. I think that's true as well. And I want to create a template which shows that, or at least tests that theory. Zalami says, I've seen many pro artists that just use a screenless tablet. Yeah, absolutely, lots to do. And I think it's mostly about getting good with the tool. There are advantages to both. 90% of the time I'm with a pen tablet, 10% of the time I'm with a screen tablet. And right now I have two tablets, one in front of each other. I have a pen tablet on my desk, and right behind it is a pen display. Okay, let's go create a new document. One more thing. I just want to show you this lag, which is normal, okay? This is normal. For a tablet of this size, can you see it? Maybe if I zoom in here. Watch. Right? This is more a normal speed of drawing, and there is a little bit of separation in the pen tip and the pointer. That's not parallax, or I would say at this speed, it's about 4 millimeters, okay? At this speed, it's almost half an inch, or a little bit more actually. At this speed, it's almost an inch. Okay? That's normal. That's normal for Cintiq Pro. It's normal for everything. You do see a little bit less of that lag with smaller displays, but larger displays just seem to have a bit more. Zengomano says, I got the Kamvas Pro 19 and honestly, I can't tell the softness at all. Okay. Where's Krita? Okay. First test is just thick and thin. Okay. So turn off strength. Let me reset this Ink 3G pen. Turn off strength. Turn off, on size. Linear, right? Actually, one more thing. Let's bring up the Huion UI. Tablet Kitten's always reminding me to check the pressure curve to see if there's a dead zone. So let's go to digital pen. I'm using this pen. Pressure sensitivity. There's a little bit of a dead zone here, I think. Yep. So I'm going to remove the dead zone. So it's as sensitive as it can be. Right? Okay. Let me erase that. Okay, now what we do is we set this size to something crazy. And we just go, actually, something more normal first. 100 pixels, okay? Thin to thick. Don't worry if the line's erratic. The thing is, does the pressure go up and down correctly? Smoothly. And I think it does, okay? I'm super happy with what I'm seeing. Okay? There's no smoothing going on. Right? I'm going thick to thin, thick to thin. Super happy. Okay? Let's do the same test. Now we're just going to amplify the size to like 500. Why do we do that? Because it's kind of like a microscope, okay? So, thin to thick, thin to thick. Now, you're probably seeing the overall strokes a little rough. Part of that is just the nature of Krita dealing with such vast transitions with such big brushes. But and some of it's due to how I'm pressing down erratically. So it looks good. Everything looks normal here, okay? It looks very good, as a matter of fact, okay? Now, related to this test, we do this thing. We try to draw super light. Super light. I'm going to just move this up a little bit. Okay. You see how thin that line is, right? And there's no like bobbling, you know, like little, I forgot what someone called it. There's a little bit of artifacts at low pressure, but there we go. We saw a little bit right there. But part of that's my hand. If you want even better strokes here, what you do is you turn on weighted smoothing. Leave it at a distance of, let's just say 30, and smooth pressure is checked. Let's go erase this. Now watch this. You get really thin lines. And the pressure is just smoother. Again, you're not focused on which direction I'm going. It's like the line is going to wobble, sorry, move back and forth, but it's not, pressure's not going up and down weirdly. I draw thin lines, yeah. I will say, just using this pen, the IAF to me seems like 2 gram force to 3 gram force, right? It seems a little higher, to be quite honest, this specific unit, than other pens of the PW600 series. Just subjectively. I'm gonna try the smaller pen to see if I notice a difference. Oh, and since I'm using the smaller pen, we should also verify the pressure curve that's being applied to the smaller pen. So this is the smaller one, pressure curve. Okay, it's using the same for both, it looks like. So IF. This second pen, this unit, seems to have actually slightly lower IF than the first pen I just used, okay? That's normal. Pen units have some variation, okay? But overall, the stroke quality is very nice. I think you will be very happy drawing with this pen. Again, this is a crazy test. Remember, the actual size is like this big. That's 500 pixels. So for me to draw like a super thin line like this means that, you know, it's able to hold pressure pretty well. Let's see. Welcome into us Pro 2017 used or XP Pen Deco Pro Gen 2 new same price. It's a tough one because the 2017, by 2030, Wacom's going to drop driver support. Honestly, knowing me, if it was me, I would probably take the bet on the Intuos Pro 2017. And deal with driver issues as they come. So I'm satisfied with the pressure there, okay? I really am. But yeah, I saw a little bit higher IF with this unit than this unit. Again, there are variances. Oh, let's do maximum pressure. Again, this is subjective, okay? Don't take this for a... Why is it not erasing here? Okay, so maximum pressure of the smaller pen is pretty high, pretty high. I would say at least 500 gram force. What about the thicker pen? Yeah, pretty much in the same category, maybe 500, or they both might be like 600. I would just from a subjective test. So it's pretty high. Maximum pressure, which is what we want. Okay. Right now, I am using the Intuos Pro Large 2025 edition with the Cintiq 16 2025. Yeah, you were right, Christian. It did feel good. I'm very satisfied with it. And I think people will be too. I mean, the truth is, Wacom has Pro pens which have really low IF, but I think you'd have to not everyone's even going to notice it. When a pen like these have 3 gram force or 2 gram force, they feel fine to me. They feel totally fine. Okay, so that's good. And I'm gonna do a little tilt test, by the way. Oops. Stream tools. We have my tablet tester. And we're gonna use 50 pixel, and we're gonna scale by, don't scale size, scale color by, tilt azimuth, and see what happens. So azimuth is director, like the clock direction. Oops. So pretty good. Look, sorry, I clicked that stupid thing. You're just looking for colors not to have a weird transition, and they don't. Okay, so that's fine. Let's clear it. Now we're going to do tilt altitude. So it's whether it's the eraser's down to the glass or not. Okay, so red means that the eraser's high. Tilt. So it's easier if I do it like this. Like I'm shifting it, right? So that was smooth. To the right, smooth. Down, smooth. And left, smooth. Right? So that's normal, and that's what we expect for tilt, okay? I'm gonna try drawing a few strokes here just to see if I see any differences. So I'm gonna, color's gonna be black, scale by pressure, and then, because I know what this code does here. And remember, my code for rendering lines is not specifically very good. So you're gonna see roughness here, but a lot of that's due to me. Also, doing through a web browser, this doesn't have as many reports per second, but the strokes look good, okay? Low pressure, again, it's pretty well controlled, okay? And there's no processing, there's no pressure curves or anything, or pressure smoothing here. If I show a little bit of pressure smoothing, and just a tiny bit of position smoothing, I should get some pretty good curves here, pretty good pressure transitions. Yeah, and I do, right? You're seeing these bumps here? That's because of me. That's not the tablet. Yes, Upcrooker, you can use Open Tablet Driver. Absolutely. And even at 2030, you can use the current Wacom driver. It's just that at some point, Windows is going to change, and then the Wacom will have to introduce a new driver to compensate for that. Yeah, I'm the same way, Cammy. I really can't tell. I know some people, I guess, can, but I cannot. So this is good. So my testing is good here. Okay. Tilt is good. These don't have barrel rotation. Let's just see if the erasers do what they're supposed to do. And they do. See, I'm drawing with this. Switch, turns on the eraser. Right? Let's prove that again. Tip, flip it over, eraser. Tip. Oops, I was holding down a button. Flip it over, eraser. Eraser's fine as well. This is what I expect. What else do we have here? Anti-glare sparkle. We got tilt compensation. Let me take a look at another evaluation I did of like the Kamvas Pro 19, just to see if I'm missing any big items. Okay. Right now, the fundamental thing I think if you're going to think about this tablet to watch out for is the softness, and probably more anti-glare sparkle than I expected, to be honest. Okay, let's just take a look. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. Tilt. Parallax, pressure range, tilt compensation, surface texture. Okay, let me look at parallax one more time. It's probably slightly more than I expect, but like, I don't think anyone's gonna notice. As I was drawing, I didn't notice, especially once I did my calibration. Let's see, diagonal wobble. Of course, we didn't do that test, so let's take a look at that test. For this, we turn on, not the eraser. I want to switch to something else. I keep clicking the wrong thing. I want the fine liner, where the hell it is. Fine liner, okay, now we got settings. Turn off strength, size, turn off the size. So it's 5 pixels always. Now let's take a look. Here we go. Oh, I need, this should be set to 5, not 500. Here we go. I'm gonna have to zoom in because it's a 4K display. So actually I'm gonna make this 10 pixels. Otherwise, even I can't see it. Okay. Oh, something's wrong here. I got pressure is being applied. I don't want that. Oh, I didn't switch. I must have toggled that. Let me double check here. Okay, this is correct. Somehow I switched to a different brush. 10 pixels. Here we go. So slow strokes will be through them. Moving through 10 centimeters. A little bit of diagonal wobble. Can you see it? You zoom in. I'm going to turn touch for a second because it's going to be easier for you to do this. You see that? Just a little bit of wobble. Okay. I would not expect that. I think things should be better, but that's okay. We're going to zoom out a little bit and try. Yep. Let me do some undos here. Okay, now we do it slightly faster. Basically in 2 seconds we hit 10 centimeters. A little bit less. And then the fast tests, which is still slower than a lot of people draw. I still see some wobble. I still see some wobble. But, you know, let's... And I had weighted smoothing on. So that was weird. So that actually is not even a valid test because I had smoothing to stop it. Let's redo it without the smoothing. Actually, there's not much difference. So if I want to get rid of that wobble, which is appearing on all strokes, a little bit less as we go faster, I would go to weighted and change the distance. I'm going to guess I need 200 in there. Yeah, the wobble is basically gone at 200. That amount of wobble is a disappointment. Usually XP Pen does not have that much of a wobble problem. So far 200 for smoothing is looking good. Yeah, I can't see the wobble in that setting. So the wobble is controllable, but I still think I would like less at that setting, right? Yeah, we had an award show last Saturday. Here, let me find the link. I'll show it to you. I'll put it in chat. It was the 2025 Annual Drawing Tablet Awards, presented by the National Institute for Tablet Research, which is me. Well, no, let's say it's the Discord. It's our Discord. That's better. Maybe next year I'll get a tux. Here, I'm going to paste in the award show. Okay, I just put in a link. Yeah, it's a little disappointing. Look, it's still a good tablet. But let me just put it this way: the Kamvas Pro 19 I put in the S tier. This would not get in the S tier, right? Parallax is not bad. It's just a little. It's probably just minor. A little more than you'd expect, but it's not bad at all. Right? Let's see. Cammy says, I need to watch that award show. I was at BoJack Horseman watch party. Okay. That show is still on? I didn't know that. I loved the first season. But I kind of lost interest after that. Okay, so let's take a look. What other topics in here? Look, okay, I just want to show you what good is, right? Because I think you need to see it, okay? This is Kamvas Pro 19, okay? I don't know why I only have one stroke here, but take a look at the strokes. There is a little bit of wobble, right? Just a tiny bit. Pen displays have a little more wobble, okay? Now I have to go in. Let's take a look at the Cintiq Pro. Okay, let's do that. Let's find because it's contextual. Cintiq Pro. This is a $3,000 tablet. Okay. How much wobble does a $3,000 Wacom tablet have? Let's find out. Welcome, Cintiq Pro 2022. There we go. Let's take a look. Okay, the truth is, and this is why it's good we have to keep looking at things. Can you see the wobble? I can. Okay. So I have to go back and judge this tablet in relation to the best on the market. So there's a fair case that can be made that this tablet is almost as good as the Cintiq Pro 22. Okay. The show ended after 6 seasons. Some friends of mine were watching half a season every set. Oh, got it. Oh, no, I get it. That sounds fun. 7, can you make macro photos of displays, maybe side by side with Cintiq Pro? You're looking for like the actual details of the pixels? Or like close-up photos, you mean? Or are you talking about a photo that... So yeah, so like, okay, so you have to help me out here. Is this perfect? No, it's not. And this is in the S tier. This is an S tier tablet, S tier pen display. So is it, if we go back here and you see these strokes, suddenly, sorry, that was with stabilization, okay? Let me take off the stabilization real quick here. Give me a second. Let's go none. I'll just do 3 strokes, slow, medium, and fast, okay? And you tell me does this look any worse than the Cintiq Pro 22? Go ahead, tell me. Does this look worse than the Cintiq Pro 22? So, Kamvas Pro 24, Gen 3, and Cintiq Pro 22. I'm going to look in the chat and see what people are saying. Do you think there's that big a difference? Because now I'm starting to think that the diagonal wobble, when you consider the category it's in, is not actually that bad. Because we're not seeing tablets with perfect, lack of wobble. It does a little bit, doesn't it? I mean, there's a case to be made, Martin, that it looks a little better. Right? So I'm going to retract my statement earlier about the diagonal wobble keeping this tablet from the S tier. Okay? Koyo says, this level of wobble is less than natural hand tremor. That's a really good metric, Koyo. That's a really good way of thinking about it. Artists will need some small level stabilization to counter that. Anyway, that's a fantastic point. One Up Croaker says, looks the same to me, but I'm new to this. So this is why it's important. This is why I like doing the live streams with you, because in the end, we have to come to an agreement as a community about what we think the truth is. Okay? Because no tablet is perfect. Macro photos, a pixel grid image to compare how bad is that softness. I can try, Nick. I can try. I think when I do the macro photos, though, I'm not sure if I'm able to capture what people are looking for, but I will definitely try. Yeah, I will definitely try. Okay, let's take a look at what else I can measure here. So right now, I'm kind of falling back. Sorry, and I'm saying, okay, this does not disqualify from an S tier. Anti-glare is fine. Anti-sparkle, I saw a little bit more. If I had to rank this sparkle, it would definitely be less than the Kamvas Pro 24 4K. But I think it would be more than the Cintiq Pro 22, Cintiq Pro 16. Okay? So it's not bad. And again, you won't notice it after 4 inches away, but some people are super sensitive to it. Softness. Okay, so again, this is a picture of Kamvas Pro 19 on the right, Cintiq Pro 22 on the left. The Kamvas Pro 24 Gen 3 looks like the one on the right. It looks like the one on the right. Probably even a little more so, to be quite honest. Okay? And that makes sense because the pixels are bigger. Okay? I think that makes sense. German Fernandez, do you mean the Gen 3 or do you mean the previous model? Can you just clarify that comment? Okay, let's go on. Brightness. I forgot the brightness is. It's fine. I don't even know where it's at. How can I find that out? Let's see if I can open up the Huion. It's all subjective anyway. Yeah, Martin, it does look soft like the Kamvas Pro 19. That is correct. General. Okay, I'm going to hold the power button to see if I get the OSD, okay? There's the OSD. Okay, so its brightness was at 50%, and if I turn up to 100%, you know, it's a little brighter, but not much. I mean, I would just use it 50%, not a big deal. It was at the user color setting as well. I guess that means that... Oh no, it was set to Adobe RGB. That's what I meant. So, oh, let's try this black and white setting. They mentioned that. That's wild. You can't... Okay, this is funny. This is actually pretty funny. Okay, what do you see on your screen? In the camera view, meaning in the screen that you see the video, where my mouse is, you see green, right? And you see colorful icons. Okay, let me show you what the overhead camera reveals. Okay, now this is the OSD, so ignore this piece of blue right there. Do you see everything else? It's in gray. Okay, so Windows is telling the display to show color, but it's just converting it to grayscale. Is this useful? I don't know. Maybe it's cool for you. Okay, let me get back to the OSD. It's kind of got a retro vibe. Koyo says, I think calling the softness an issue is not a correct statement. It's more like a characteristic of the etched glass. It's either the softness or AG sparkles. Are you saying, Koyo, you think you have to either you get one or you get the other? Is that what you're trying to say? Could you clarify? Like you can't. It sounds like what you're saying is you can't get rid of both. You got to have at least one. Camille says, I found brightness and color profile settings in the version 15 driver that did not exist in the version 20 driver. Interesting. Okay, let me turn off this. This is black and white mode. It's not fun to use. I'm going back to Adobe RGB and everything looks good. Actually, let me sRGB. Yeah, I actually kind of like the way sRGB looks. Okay, I need some water. Yeah, I think so, Martin. I would agree with you. I feel like I see Wacom Cintiqs that don't have much anti-glare sparkle, and they don't seem soft. So they have figured out how to get the best of both worlds, right? So it should be possible for other brands to do the same. Connection cabling. Okay, so this will not support a single USB-C connection because you're never gonna get enough power into this thing through a single USB-C cable to your computer. Touch is working. Okay, we're gonna turn on touch and we're just gonna try some stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna pretend this is like a Surface Pro. Okay, Oh, what was the app? Stylus. Yeah, this is the app now to use. Let's try it. I think I have it installed too. Yeah, exactly, Martin. The Cintiqs do it. So we're gonna pretend this is an iPad. Okay? We're just gonna pretend this is an iPad right now. In time, they will. I mean, I don't think it's a huge issue here, but like, especially if you're used to a Cintiq, you might notice it here, right? I don't even know how this thing works. Okay, I want screen size, sure. Okay, so this is Stylus X. Oops, I'm gonna turn off the stupid menu, which I hate, because I actually hit the button and this menu comes up, and it's like, I hate it. Hate this menu. And let's go and turn it off by... Oh, I'm going to use my hand. How's that? Press... Is it press key? Nope. How do I turn off that menu? It's on the pen. Press key. Something is causing that stupid menu to appear, and I don't want it. Enter the keystroke. What? E. No, I want mouse key double click. Left double click, sure. I like, yeah, I just do things my way. Right button. And then left double click. And then left double click. Oh, quick menu. Yeah, I don't want the stupid quick menu. Okay, now I can play it. Yeah, so this is Stylus X, which is a... Oh, I somehow switched to an eraser. Procreate clone. So, how's it feel? Whoa! You're seeing me do things, okay? So some of this I think is Stylus X, so it's pretty responsive. Some of this, so we're going to test a couple of apps here. I can't, you can see sometimes I'm rotating and it's not catching it. See, watch this. That worked, but then sometimes it just won't catch. Right there, I rotated. Like, what's that do? Okay, we're gonna try a different app, just briefly. What app supports touch? Zengo Mono. We do have to find the secret. Juggy, sometimes I wish that would be what happens, because the truth is, either people are going to use that normal glass that's glossy, or they'll get a screen protector, and then actually in some ways the screen protector is good because it protects the glass. So if you scratch it up, you can always replace it. You scratch etch glass up, that's done. You are done. Gibbo does games. Y'all tweaking. FYM. I don't know what FYM means. FIM, not a problem. Is the bars... Gibbo, you have to clarify what you mean, please. This is about nitpicking and learning about the product, not about how bad it is, glazing of the products. Oh my... Yeah, that's correct. Thank you, Koyo. Good concepts. Thank you, Camerlina. I could not... Hey, Gibbo, it is softer. There's no... I mean, take a look at people talking about the Kamvas Pro 19, which I love. It's a little softer. It's not blurry, it's a little softer. This is a little softer. It's not intended as a... something as a huge criticism. It's just people should know what they're buying. The problem is very few people get a chance to try a tablet before they buy one. So we have to tell them what we experience. Is it bad? No. I like this tablet, don't get me wrong. I like the tablet. But some people will like lower IAF. Some people are okay with higher IAF. How are you going to give them an answer unless you try the tablet and say what it is? Right? Hi, Stephanie. Good to see you. Lots of pluses from Stephanie tonight. And Gibbo, I don't know if you're there, but Gibbo, join our Discord, and then you can really talk about this topic. Does it come with PW600? Yes, it comes with 2 pens, Stephanie. PW600 and PW600 Slim. Okay. Okay. Camille said concepts, so let's get concepts. Where is this thing? Do I have it installed? I don't think I have it installed, so we're gonna have to install it. Where is the store? Okay. Like if someone is using a Cintiq Pro and they came this tablet, they'd notice it. They'd notice it. I mean, I think they'd absolutely notice it. So we have to tell them that. Look, I want everyone to be happy with every tablet, okay? Where did the store thing go? Oh, I see. The store opened up on a different desktop. That's a monitor. That's why I didn't see it. Concepts. Sorry, Cameron. It just takes a little longer to get concepts here. Okay, we're installing concepts now. Okay, Windows Ink needs to be enabled. It is enabled, so we're safe there. And I know it's enabled because my app requires the same thing, my browser app. Okay, let's go take a look at concepts. So, I think I have an account here. Google. The 7 pens at gmail.com. Sign with Google has changed. Temporarily unavailable. Use the email sign in. What? Okay, this is getting complicated. So let's go ahead and just do. Sign in with Google has changed. Temporarily unavailable. Check your email. Okay. I don't even know if I have email set up on this machine. Let's take a look. I'm gonna have to check Gmail. Hang on, folks. I didn't imagine this was gonna be concepts apps. Password. Reset your password. Sure. Oh, I hate this. It would be. Oh, I hate this. 7 pens. Sorry, I have to type in some stuff into Google here. I'm typing in on the keyboard that's to my right, close to the floor. Okay. I have to type it in again. Sorry, I know you're not seeing much. Oh, are you kidding me? Hello. Okay, for some reason I just can't sign in, but that's fine. We will just use concepts. You had your volume down the whole time. Now it's... Where did my music stopped? So let's get back to my other background music. There we go. Yes, you're right, Cami Luna. It works great until it doesn't, and then it's like you realize how much you log. Like I love signing in through Google. Bring your team aboard. What is it doing here? I don't care about this. Okay, let's just draw. So super responsive. Okay. Super responsive. Let me give you my overhead view. Right? Totally liking it. Now, that's kind of confusing me why it switches like that. I must be doing some weird gesture. Oops, let me increase it. Something I'm doing causes the app. Oh, if I had 3 fingers, maybe? Okay, maybe that's my issue. I shouldn't use 3 fingers. Seems pretty good to me, honestly. So I'm not seeing that weird lack of sort of confusion that Stylus X had. It's responsive. There's a little bit of jerkiness, but that's due to the app. Other than that, it behaves like you'd expect an iPad to behave. Oops, I used 5 fingers, so it did that again. Yeah, I think if you were using this with your hand, you'd be super happy on Windows. Traditionally, this kind of touch stuff on these apps doesn't work as well on Mac. Okay, I need to take some water. Give me a second, I'm just gonna look up something. Okay. Let's see. Stephanie said, you can hear me? Okay, good. Now I have 2 PW550 and they both have max pressure around 200. And the first one has lower IF. That's weird, Stephanie. There have been a couple of cases where people found PW500s. I think you were one of them that had a low max pressure. But everyone else I've talked to, they've been super happy with the PW550. And you're saying they both have a low max pressure. Cami Luna, 3 or 4 finger gestures are a Windows touch setting, so you'll need to disable those in Windows settings to use. Got it. Gibbo says, it's crazy I got recommended this live stream because I've been looking for a drawing tablet to buy, upgrading from an XP Pen Artist 12, and you pull up with a specific brand and product I was looking at. Well, if you're watching this channel or on the Discord, Gibbo, we talk about tablets 24/7. And you may not know I have 107 drawing tablets. So the odds are is that I probably will talk about a drawing tablet people are interested in. Yeah, Koyo's giving the right idea. Join the Discord, which the link is, again, right? It's pasting it in the chat. Concepts does have functions with multi-finger gestures, but you have to disable. Oh, I see. I got to learn more about that. But overall, it's smooth, right? It is very smooth. So I'm not complaining here. Okay, fantastic, Ibo. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to close this. And I'm going to... That's so wild. I keep on forgetting touch is on. Honestly, I think I might actually like using this for a stream when I'm whiteboarding with you all. Because it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to be able to manipulate this. California Inking. Well, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Stephanie, although some people want to go on full pressure without pressing hard at all for the sake of wrist help. Right. Yeah, what Koyo is saying is my experience. So that's a little unusual. It happens. I mean, don't get me wrong. I believe it happens. What did I want? I want to take a look at the Kamvas Pro 19. Okay, let's take a look. Let me do it this way for you. Sharpness, I talked about that. Brightness, touch, we just talked. Ergonomics. It is a heavy tablet. It's not as heavy as some, but like it's a heavy tablet. Basic mounting, it supports. Legs, it does have 2 legs. Noise, there's no fans. Actually, let me take out these. I'll tell you. Completely silent. Completely silent, which is what we expect. There are no fans in there. Not that I notice anyway. Heat, it's been at 50%. It feels like the desk, honestly. Maybe there's a slight bit of warmth toward the top here, right where I'm touching. We're near the ports, which is super normal. Maybe a little bit of warmth down here toward the bottom, but like I don't think anyone would really notice much. That was at 50%. I'm going to go ahead and increase the brightness of the display by using the OSD and change the brightness to 100%, okay? And I'll tell you if it feels any different. Okay, Christian Grant says, now that you mention it, I do see some softness and anti-glare sparkle, but it's not as bad as I thought. Yeah, I think it's fine. I remember having the Kamvas Pro 24 4K, and that had a lot more anti-glare sparkle than this tablet, right? Like, I cannot notice it when I'm drawing. Right now, I cannot notice it, right? Even the softness, I don't notice, to be completely honest. Let me close this stupid window. Oh. How do I do that again? Okay. It's funny because like I get confused between touch gestures between my Samsung, my MoveInk, and my iPad and this device, Windows. Oh, wait, I want to go back to Chrome. So first of all, this tablet is better than the Kamvas Pro 24 4K, which I have. It looks exactly the same, but this is better. Okay, I mean, looks like the physical device is exactly the same. And in my mind, I thought I was not going to like the fact it looks the same, but actually, you know, it's fine, right? It's a petty thing to pick on. Now, this has the new Pentec 4.0. This is clearly better. Okay, this has an eraser, yeah, and it's better. This has less AG sparkle, that's better, and this has touch. This is better. So this is a good tablet. I think the question I have to think about is it S tier or A tier? Okay. Compared to Huion 16 Gen 3, this is clearly better. Okay, there's no doubt about that in my mind. Okay, I think I put Kamvas 16 Gen 3 in the A tier. I think then, if I think about this would triangulate into the S tier. OSD, sound. The only thing I had to do here, which was I have not had to do with the Huion tablet in a while, was calibrate out of the box. But that was the only, and again, everything worked. It's just I'm not used to having to do that. Yes, I would say I do recommend it. Again, these are the notes for the Kamvas Pro 19, but I think the same things apply here, which is I think I would recommend this tablet. Now the question is, where does it go? Okay, where does it go here? Oh, sorry, this is pen tablets. I will say, I think it goes up here. Everything being said, as I look at this tablet, I would put it up in the Kamvas, in this bucket with the Kamvas Pro 19, right? And that's a pretty good performance overall, right? So I'm liking it. So I think it deserves that. The Kamvas 16 Gen 3, which is a consumer tablet, it's pretty good. This definitely is a cut above, right? It has touch. Yes, there's some diagonal wobble, but it seems comparable with other tablets, pen displays of its size. S tier, right? It's S tier. I think if the only people who might be disappointed are someone who's already using a Cintiq Pro, because they've literally got the best pen, the Pro Pen 2. They literally have the best glass, right? So the only people that need to think about this is you're switching from one of these Cintiq Pros or the Pro Pen 2 to this. Even then, a lot of people wouldn't notice the difference, honestly. Okay? Okay. Did I miss any topics? I think we... let me just take a look at the more recent notes I did on the Artist 12. GEN3. Where the hell is it? Artist 12. Third. Or is it Gen 3? I forgot how I labeled it in my site. There we go. I'm just looking for any topics. What's in the box? Dead pixels, I didn't see any. Static tapping actually was good. Corner and edge accuracy, I didn't test that. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's pretty typical. When you get within 2 or 3 millimeters of the edge, there's a slight displacement, but that's every tablet, even Cintiq Pro has that, so not a big deal. Tilt compensation was excellent. Diagonal wobble, we saw a little bit of wobble, but really seemed to be about the same as like other things in the S tier. Artifacts at low pressure was good with this tablet. Pressure banding, I didn't test. Let's test that. I'm going to test in clip because I think I know how to do it a little bit better in clip. Up Croker, Pro Pen 2. Pro Pen 2. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new document here. And we're just going to use a brush, which is going to be the Milli pen. Is that it? But like kind of big. Okay, so 50, like that. We'll make it a little bit bigger by zooming in. Okay. Let me erase this. I'm going to turn off touch because I'm going to be drawing in a second. I've always wanted, by the way, I've always wanted not only a button to turn off touch, I've always wanted the pen to be able to turn off touch, right? So I don't have to like reach away. Okay. And I want opacity to be, oh, sorry. I want brush size not to change. Let's double check. I don't want it to change at all. I want opacity to change based on pen pressure. Okay, linearly. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, actually. Maybe not 300 big, but okay. So low pressure. It'll just look like gray strokes. It's not going to look interesting to you. It's almost invisible, actually. This pen has slightly higher IF than the other unit that came with it. Okay, now you can't see anything. And what we need to do is we need to do some image processing to draw out the issues of this. Okay? So what we do is we're going to add a new layer, which is a correction layer, brightness, contrast, and let's see if that does it. Nope. That's not doing anything. I expected this to okay, let's take a look at this. What does this tell us? Those of you who watch my stream probably already know the answer. There's no pressure banding here at all. There's no weird attenuation horizontally or vertically, and there's no weird stair stepping horizontally or vertically. So, totally happy with this, right? Well, Gibbo, that is the idea. That is the idea. We try to, at the end, we just want to make sure people are not wasting their money. We want to make sure people are not... Kanto, I hope you don't see any banding, because I don't see it. And I'm right up on this, okay? Remember, we're not looking for irregularities. We're looking for consistent weird transitions or attenuation, right? The fact that these aren't perfect is not the issue. It's if you're looking for consistent patterns horizontally or vertically, that's the banding we're looking at. So like what you're seeing right here, that's not the banding, right? This is all normal. Just so everyone knows what it should look like when you see banding, because I know sometimes this can get kind of weird. Let's take a look and let's duplicate the screen and show you. Pressure banding. Banding. Okay. Okay, so there's no, okay. There's a little bit of banding here. You might not be able to see it, okay? Maybe you can see here. There's some, on the left, there's some like light areas. And on the right, there's some transitions that are consistent. It's not obvious here until you add some contrast. Now, do you see it? You see on the left, there are these horizontal areas where the pressure is attenuated. And on the right, you can see there are these vertical columns where there's sudden shifts in pressure. This is what we're looking for, right? That is what you're looking for. Since it's a new phenomenon, it's something I discovered to research in the past year, because as I tried to understand the Wacom 1 pen tablets, because they have this problem. I didn't really know how to characterize the problem very well. It was actually some people on the Discord that helped me realize what was going on, as a matter of fact. Okay, let's close this. Oh, sorry, not that. We're just looking for the topics. Parallax, we talked about surface texture. There's no buttons. Okay, it's been at 100% for a little bit. Not much change in temperature, right? A little bit. It's probably, I can sense it's a little bit warmer at the bottom than it was before. And probably just a little bit warmer at the top, but the surface of the tablet does not feel hot in any way, okay? It's definitely, it needs like, I think it just needs a lot of, I think it needs some careful equipment, actually. I've tried to build something that does it, but like, I can't get reliable IAF measurements less than 3 or 4 gram force, right? So that's the problem. Like, it's easy to measure it if it's like 5, 6, or 7 or above. But when you get below 4, it's like, for me, it gets really hard. It's not reliable, my measurement. So that's why if there's IAF numbers, I just use what Cube says, because he's very sensitive. Like, he can do it with his hand, and he also has equipment he can use. But for me, I can't quite do that, unfortunately. Okay, so where do we stand? Where do we stand right now with this tablet? Let me just start some notes here. Give me a second. I'll give you my thoughts. Where are my show notes? There we go. What is today's date? 2025. 12. Okay, easy to remember. 12/12. So what would I say? Let me move this away from you for a second so I can type. And I'll just do the brief summary, right? Which is basically, what tier is it? Answer, S tier. Okay? Sort of like, what could be better? Okay? So first of all, it's a bit, so I would say the pixels are a bit soft. Right? Looks a little more soft than KP19, Kamvas Pro 19. But probably part of that due to lower PPI, which is normal because it's 4K with a bigger screen, right? This device. Okay, so that's I think expected. We did see some wobble, but seems on par with many other S tier pen displays. So I can't fault it for that. Okay. AG Sparkle. AG Sparkle. A little more than expected. More than Cintiq Pro 22, which is, a similar in size and also 4K display. The Cintiq Pro 22 should have more AG Sparkle, but it actually has less, noticeably less. Right? Ultimately, when you take a look at what I discovered today, these are the 3 things that I talk about, but the first 2 don't preclude it from being in the S tier. They're just things you should note, right? The rest about heat, fans, all that, I'll write that up. But these are the things that really, I think I would tell people if I had to pick, a small number of things. This is what I tell them, right? So as always, I think people have to get in front of these devices as much as they can before they buy one. But I'm happy with this. Actually, to be completely honest, I'm happier than I expected to be. And I did like the touch. Croker, if you take a look at the tiers, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's take a look at the oops. 2020. Let's take a look at these things. The Cintiq Pro 22, it has anti-glare sparkle. Okay, sorry, it has it has just as much diagonal wobble. Okay, so it's in the S tier. Okay, the Moving 13 doesn't have a high PPI at all. It's a, compared to these devices, it's in the S tier. Right? These three in this column on the left don't even have they're not even 4K. They're in the S tier. Right? So S tier, I think, it should be a challenging to get into, but I do think if you take a look at Huion's other offerings, I do think this is an S tier tablet. It is fair. Some people would consider it an A tier. That's fair. That's fair. Like, I get that. But overall, I think it hits this. It hits the same bar that made Kamvas. It hits the same bar that made Kamvas Pro 19 in the S tier. I could get really picky and say that the Kamvas Pro 19 should actually be in the A tier, but I think that's doing it a disservice, right? Kamvas Pro 19, and I'm saying that because I've used that one. I have that one, not the Kamvas Pro 27, is the first one that challenges Wacom, and I think this tablet challenges Wacom. So I would put it in the S tier. Yeah, and Gibbo, you raise a point. I mean, you're talking about, the Kamvas Pro 27 Gen 3 is, what's it cost again? 1,400, something like that. The nearest tablet in this list is the Cintiq Pro 22, which is it's $3,000. It's almost 3 times as much. The next tablet that's close to that is the Cintiq 24 Touch. How much does that cost? I actually can't remember it. Cintiq 24 Touch. Let's take a look. $1,500. It costs, I think, a little more than this tablet, right? So some people would say that looks soft because it doesn't have a high resolution like this one, right? And people have said that. People have actually said that. So the only thing that's consistently better, maybe at the Cintiqs, is they don't have as much anti-glare sparkle. And again, I don't think that disqualifies it. I don't think it disqualifies it. But yeah, I think let me just double check something. Hang on. I'm pretty happy with the tablet. The only thing now I have to figure out is how I want to use it, right? Whenever I get a new tablet, I try to actually use it for a while, even though I have other tablets to test. So maybe I will start drawing on this one instead of I'm drawing a lot on my Cintiq 16 2025 edition, right? Okay, I think that wraps it up. I think we did some good testing. I'll try to get my notes out, at least written down. And I'll share that with the Discord crew, so if people have any additional comments or things they want me to do. Oh, sorry, there is something else I want to try. We forgot to do the color calibration. Totally forgot about that. Okay, let's do that. I know somebody wanted me to do it live, so I'm going to do it live. That's something you don't get with the that box here. Okay, give me a second. Okay, I am back. I see there's some comments here. Can you include the years in the tier list, please? You mean the year for each tablet? Guranado. Okay. Tell me if that's what you mean. You want a year for each tablet. I'll see what I can do. Okay. Let's figure out this color calibration thing. Okay, Huion, Kamvas 24, Kamvas Pro 24, Gen 3. I think we're gonna need the manual for this one. So I've got it here, and notice that it says premium gift. Premium gift is what it says here. Little sticker. And what is inside the box? Okay, Gordon. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So you get a little Huion branded thing with the cable. And then inside the box, there's also a card. And it says GT color. Don't know what that means. Let's do a little bit of overhead magic here, so you can see what I see. Okay. I think we're gonna need to zoom in a little bit so you and I can all see what we see. Okay, so what I see here is it's a quick start guide, and it just shows this device. Hang on. So there's some kind of lens here, and then okay. Oh, I see. There's two pieces. There's like it's like a shell. It has two pieces. You see? And then number 1, it says download the software and user manual. Huion.com download. Okay. Huion.com/download. Huion. Let's see. So pen display. God, I wish they'd fix this thing to be a bit easier. It's so like overdone. Pro 24 Gen 3. What? Time for the reboot. Not yet. Sorry, I just had the wrong view. Download the software and the user manual. Okay, well, I'll do exactly what it says. I did download the software. Okay, I'm going to save the user manual since it was obsessed with telling me that. Yeah, that was my fault. One up Croker. Okay, let's just search through here and see what the heck is going on. I guess I can just page down. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just scrolling down until I see the color thing. You should reboot after you install the driver. I did not in this case, by the way. It didn't ask me to. Now notice it's got the V20 driver. That could be important later. But the screenshots are V20. Blah, 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 blah. OSD, what is this? Scene mode. This doesn't say anything about this device. One Up Croaker. I'm trying to learn as much as possible, and these live streams are awesome. Thank you. I appreciate the comment. I love getting comments like that. Okay, this manual did not say anything about this device. So, let's continue reading. Okay. So basically step 2 says connect it to the computer and then hang it on the display. Well, we'll do whatever. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows? Like, something interesting could happen. Maybe just plugging it in causes something to load. Okay, this goes into the computer. Okay. And then cable. And nothing's happening in the computer. There's nothing popped up or anything. Open the calibrator and put it on the pen display screen. Run the GT Color software. Where is the GT Color software? Okay, I'm going to do exactly what it says, by the way. Okay, like I left it there. Nothing's happened. Okay, so let's search Huion for this GT Color. Maybe it's in here. Product series, other. GT Color. Okay, here we go. Okay, so there's a specific driver for the GT Color. That's interesting. The manual is not clear on this topic. It doesn't really. You're supposed to look for the GT Color thing. Not for Kamvas Pro 24 4K Gen 3. So a little confusing. Okay, downloaded. Let's run it. Sure. Who wanted me to run this? Eddie Rauch wanted me to run it. I think that was him. There we go. Okay. He comments in every video. He sends me an email. He's very thorough in his observations, so I try to make sure I address his needs and his questions if I can. Blah, blah. Finished. It's going to launch GT Color. Let's see what it launches. Okay, I connected it. Okay. Test the test the trichromatic coordinates of the connected screen. Sure. View previous calibration records. Sure. Yeah, I guess I understand what this thing means. Let me. I hate when Windows don't let you maximize, by the way. What's it want me to do? Okay, just wanted to click. Okay, I'm just going to do what it says. I'm going to start calibration and see what happens. Okay? I don't know what's going to happen. We're just going to have to see. Before calibration, set the color gamut to user in the OSD menu. Good question. What's it set to? I don't know. It's set to user. I don't know why it has to be set to user, but it's set to user. I just did, dude. What are you talking about? Okay, I have switched. It doesn't believe me. Okay. Just so everyone knows, it says user right there. Right there, it says user. I'm not lying. Okay, but there's another user here. Can't set it. This color. Okay, I set this weird shape. So there's 3 places where it says user. On the 3rd one, I set to user. And let's see if that was enough. Okay. Start calibration. I have switched. Okay, that 3rd one is where you got to set user. Okay, I guess it wants me to put this here. Okay, I guess. I don't know what the hell. I guess. Okay. Okay, start calibration. Okay, you see what's going on, right? It's just doing stuff. No idea what any of this means. No idea. Complete baffling thing to me. The text there says, it is currently being... Ah, Jesus Christ. It slipped, which is nice. Tio says, you have to set this... I need to do this again because that thing slipped. But don't worry, we'll see. You have to set display mode to user for color calibration. Then after calibration, you can switch to sRGB. Okay, got it. I guess the user is not biasing it toward anything, so that makes sense. Hopefully it didn't screw it up that it slid. I don't think it should have because it didn't like see a different color. Oh, you can't see what I'm actually holding the thing on with my hand, by the way. Okay. It wants me to restart the pen display after I do this. Okay, so let's go hit done. Okay, so I'm gonna just do what it says. Okay. But before I do that, I'm gonna... What is this thing? Why is it there? Why is it... Okay. Let's go ahead and... Actually, I'm gonna restart the calibration because I did mess up. Okay, so we're gonna do this one more time. I have switched. Okay, I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna turn off touch because that's gonna mess things up, of course. Okay, and I'm just gonna hold my hand here because it's gonna slide off if I don't do it. Okay, now we're gonna do it again. I have never used a device like this. I only vaguely understand that they do something. Another question, maybe Tio, do you know, can I use this with other devices? If I have that GT software? I get the feeling it's probably tied to Huion. Maybe even tied to the specific device. I have a spider thing too, Konto, but I never used it. I bought it like 6 months ago, but I literally haven't even touched the box. People keep on asking me to use it. They want me to get these numbers, color numbers, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what they mean, but I'll try to get it. Okay, so we're done. So please restart your device when you're done. Correct. Okay, so I guess that means turn it off, which I'm about to do. Or, right? And then I'm going to turn it back on. Whether you can use the calibrator on other pen displays depends on whether you can install the driver on other... Okay. Got it. So I may not be able to do... Okay, so... I don't know what I'm looking at now. Calibration history? It would be this one, right? I don't know what to do. I have no clue what to do now. Like, what do I... Like, I don't know how to interpret what's on the screen. Am I supposed to look at a color? Gibbo says, I don't know colors either, but I would definitely recommend learning how to test colors or whatever the hell it is, because a lot of people care about it. Yeah, they do. The calibrator basically removes the color cast. If a monitor appears yellow, it will remove the yellow to make it white neutral. This way more accurate than calibrating using RGB sliders. Okay. But I guess the question I have is it done with the calibration? Like, and where are these numbers, right? Like, there's some numbers on the right, RGB, W, X, Y, Y, Y. Are those the numbers of interest? Up Kroger says, well, this is far past what I need to know. Thank you again. Okay, thanks Up Kroger for the comment, and really appreciate it. You're awesome too, and have a great night or day. Let's see. Percentage value for each color space. Settings. I only care if the colors don't look as bad as the 2010 settings. Fair enough. Okay, so let me just tell you what I see. Okay, so it's totally clear to you. On the screen, I see it says Adobe RGB DCI-P3 sRGB, and I don't know why sRGB is highlighted. And then current. Is current means sRGB? Like what? Somehow the Huion said do not show you the percentage for sRGB or Adobe. And the manual does not indicate what I should be seeing, right? Okay, let's take a look at the user manual for the GT color. Download, connect, right? I did this. I did that. Set in the calibration. Okay, so it's still doing this stuff. It's just baffling. It's baffling. It is baffling. I restarted the pen display. Yeah, I did that. When you are done connecting the colors. Sure. Huh? The final RGBW values, allowing users to compare the initial values. What does that mean? Like, what is that? Yeah, I see these, but what's that mean? Okay, let me try to explain my silly thinking here. In my mind, what was going to happen is, you see this thing came with it, right? Color calibration report. What I thought was I'm going to get this report on the screen. Okay? Like I thought I'm going to get color, temperature, curve, all this stuff, and average delta E, but I don't get anything. Okay, someone says, can you click on Adobe RGB? Absolutely, let's click on it. What's this mean? Right, like I just don't understand. You understand, like this piece of paper set an expectation in my mind, like I know, I guess I'm being really dumb. Use the sRGB sliders to... You want me to mess up the colors. Okay, contours of the spiders give us all that. Yeah, I just can't see. Like, 3 primary colors, settings, what? Like, what am I supposed to do? Okay, but I like your idea, Konto. Let's try that. Let's try that. Let's see if that will... Okay, so I'm going to open up the... I think it's actually quite a clever idea. I'm going to open up the OSD. Okay, you see the OSD. I'm going to deliberately mess up the colors. Somehow. I'm going to mess these up. The color calibrator report was created using some other calibrator, not the one included in the box. I guess I gotta talk to the Huion people. Like, I just don't understand what the thing did. Yeah, Koya, exactly. It's missing the show calibration report button. Yeah, exactly. Hey, you know what? Why don't, after this, I try the spider and let's see what it does. How's that? Okay. What was I gonna... Oh yeah, I'm gonna mess up the colors here. I'm gonna deliberately mess up the colors. This is I think Konta's idea. Let's see. Oh, I gotta click with this thing. Okay, I can't mess that up. I don't even know where to mess these things up at. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do here. Like, I can't change these. This is just confusing. Okay, I'm just baffled. I'm baffled. But I will say, I mean, did it change anything? Like, if I switch to, shit, hang on. I switch to sRGB or native. Do those look any better or worse? I don't know. I'm happy with the way it looks. I just can't tell you that it looks the way it's supposed to because I'm not sure what. Okay, let's do the Spider X because I gotta learn this stuff anyway. So give me a second. Give me just a few minutes. I can get the Spider X. You have to use user display mode to unlock RGB slider. Okay, let me just try that before we get further. User display mode. But am I not? I'm in user for everything. Right? Like, I'm in user here. I don't even know why is this locked? And this is where the RGB is, right? Like, what? If I set it to this, which I cannot click on, by the way. Like, I can't change actually the setting, by the way. Same with this. If I change this to native, can I change these? I can. And then change this middle one. Okay, I can mess these up. Okay, okay, before we do the spider, let me mess these up. Okay, I've messed these up, okay? So it's, you see it, right? It's totally bad. Now let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Did the colorimeter driver lock them up? No, it was always like that, Konto. It was just the way that... basically, that gets unlocked when... how can I say it? Sorry. I gotta get the OSD back up. I was able to change the RGB once I went from user here on the third thing to native. Now, I have to go back to user, but it fixes the problem. Right? So that's weird. Okay, I'm gonna get the spider. Screw this thing. I want to see the color calibration report. That is what I am really interested in. Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna go get some water, and I'm gonna get the spider, and we'll try that. Okay, I am back, and I have my Data Color Spider Pro. Now, Koyo says, do not show your Spider X key on the stream. Okay, I didn't know there was a key, so that's a discovery already. Okay. I can't even open the box correctly. Okay. So we got a similar device, which has also a kind of clamshell thing, which is interesting. Okay, so I'm going to disconnect the whatever the hell this thing is, GT Color, and after the stream I'll read some docs and figure something out, but I don't know what to think about right now. Okay, the Spider thing has a little card as well. It has as okay, so there's some like URL I can go to in this thing. I don't see a key anywhere, Koyo. Thank you for. Go to datacolor.com. Okay, so let's go somewhere. Let's try this out. Go to datacolor.com. Get Spider Pro. Sure, whatever. Let's get started. First time here? Sign me up? No. Konto says that's the one I have. There's a higher end one that's black instead or white for HDR calibration. Got it. Okay, I want Windows software. Downloading. Where's my water? Here it is. Getting thirsty. Let's see. Okay, 240 megabytes. Seems like a lot. Now, I'll tell you a little story. When I first came to Microsoft, I worked on Exchange Server. Think of it as Outlook, even though I didn't work in Outlook. And Outlook was an email client, a mail program. And the Exchange team, we had our own email program. It was called Capone, like Al Capone. But Outlook was a different team. And then we always knew our email thing was really lightweight. And then back then, someone loaded the Outlook client. And we were like, I'm not joking, we were like, this thing is using 4 megabytes of RAM? What is it doing? So it's just funny when I see like something taking up 200 megabytes on disk. Gibbo, gotta get to sleep. 1 a.m. Oh yeah, thanks for showing up, Gibbo. And hope to see you on the Discord. Okay, did I install it? I think I did install it. I just want the report. That's all I care about. Because to me, that's the most important thing. Because it's like, okay, well, you get to independently verify the piece of paper your manufacturer gave to you. Plug in the Spider to the USB port. Sure, I'm happy to do that. And I've been meaning to do this forever because people ask me to do it, and I've always been like too lazy to get it done. Okay. Oh, that's not even. It's a USB-C cable, number 1. Okay. It's plugged in. Okay. That's not doing. And it's like literally not recognizing this thing. Okay. That's making like no difference. Well, there's no light, so maybe I should just try clicking next. Okay, I'll try that. The new RAM. Remember when computers had 256 megabytes of RAM? Hey, Cami Luna. I remember when I was a a teenager, I got a computer with 1 megabyte of RAM. And I was so excited. because I had half a megabyte for a long time, and or not half, even less than that, and I got 1 megabyte, and I thought, oh my god, I had 256 kilobytes of RAM, and then I got the megabyte out. This is 4 times more memory than any human has ever had. The key is inside the box. Don't okay. Oh, okay, okay. I won't show it. Select your sensor from the following. Sensor. How do I know what it is? It just says Spider Pro. Doesn't say Spider X. Doesn't say Spider X2. It just says Spider Pro. So I'll just put Spider. Okay. No sensor was selected. What? Let's try it again. It came with a little USB-C to USB-A thing, so I'm going to plug it in. Will that make a difference? Who knows? And by the way, I'm plugging it right into the computer, too. I'm not... I don't know if this thing's... I don't even know this stupid thing even works, honestly. I don't see any light on it. Let's try it again. Okay, I guess it detected it this time. Let me go back and try this again. That pop-up appears when it's not connected. A serial number. Okay, this is where Koyo is warning me. Okay, so give me a second. Let's put in the serial number. I don't know what this piece of paper is. Oh, I see. There's a number in here. I see it. Thank you, Koyo, for the warning. It's 6... No, I'm not going to repeat it. You know how some people can't do certain things, like they're afraid of flying, or they don't like being, you know, in like high places because they can't process it mentally and it scares them. They're terrified of certain things, swimming in a deep ocean maybe. My irrational fear is typing in serial long digits like this. Like I have to like look for each digit before I'm able to type it in. Multiple times. Okay. I click next. What's my name? My name is 7. Okay. I don't think I'm going to leave it out because Koyo told me not to show the number. So I'm just going to do exactly the way he said it. The 7 pens. Just in case. But I'm just entering info right now anyway, so nothing too crazy. I want this again. Oh, I hate when I can't copy and paste the same email. Okay. It's at Gmail. Royce E. I got the Kamvas 13 Gen 3 because of you. It's been awesome. Good to hear, Royce. Good to hear. Thank you. Thank you for the comment as well. Okay, I don't want to join the spider community, and I prefer not to answer. So, yeah. Activation, okay. Because my number could show up, and a number is showing up. So, which I'm sure Koyo would say, do not show this number to anyone. So I'm going to print the number to PDF. Activation. For spider, okay. Copy, and let me just put this in my safe location. Give me 1 second. You have to re-enter the product key every time? There's got to be a better way, right? There's got to be a better way than that. Spider activation. I've never used industrial software, I guess, Koyo. But thank you for the tip. I do appreciate that you warned me ahead of time. Yes, check for updates. Sure. Okay, sorry. I think it's in. Before we get started, learn about blah, blah, blah. Continue. Okay, so here's what I see. Okay, and Koyo, just tell me if this is, it's okay. Calibrate display device preview plus. I want my report. Display calibration. Okay, which do I want? Do I want display analysis or display calibration? Now this is interesting. I think the report must be display analysis. That's my theory. And display calibration will change the way it looks. So I'm going to go with display analysis. Whoa, what's... Okay. Display calibration? Okay, I'll do what Tio says. Display calibration. Desktop, yeah. Wide LED, standard LED, don't know what any... I don't know. I guess I'll just pick... Well, I think I'll just leave it here. And then I'll say... I'd call you. I think that's what Tio said to do. Am I not supposed to do that? Okay. Identify control. Wide LED. Okay. Wide LED. I'm just paying attention to people in chat to tell me what to do. Identify controls. Please check the boxes for controls available in your monitor settings. I don't know, so I'm just going to click next. Calibration type. Full. Cal. Don't know what any of this means. Room light. Okay, on recommended. Oh, you want me to go back and click brightness? Okay, I'll click brightness. You just tell me what to do. And I left it on. I'll stick with brightness. Let's take a look. About Spider Pro. 6.4. Advanced settings. I don't even know what any of this stuff means. I'm gonna... Okay, next. Place, sure. It's gonna do a little room light analysis. Sure, whatever. Recommend. Don't know what any of this means. Just click next. God, sorry, Kelly. I can edit it out of the video later. I can edit it out. I didn't see it. Sorry. Place. Let me just look what time it is. 3:20. Okay. It's easy for me in YouTube to blur it out afterwards. Place the spider on the display as shown. Okay. Sure. I guess it means it wants me to do this silly business again. I don't understand this thing on top either. Why is it doing that? Okay, I think it's gonna hang there. Maybe I can make it hang a bit better, actually. Okay, that. You know what? I know how to make it hang correctly. I've got a thing called tape. Oh, geez, it started doing its calibration. Okay. I can see why I never did this. This is difficult. I mean, like, I'm a huge believer in clicking next for wizards. So I just keep clicking next. But obviously it's not, this tool is for professionals, not for someone who's like me. It's weird, it didn't ask me to do anything, like set the mode for the display or anything. It just started doing its business. Huion made it easier, Koyo. You're right. I just, they made it much easier. I just can't figure out what the outcome was. Yeah, I still need the report. When you have software that does something, you have to tell the user what they should expect to see. Totes Profesh, Yafo. Step 7 of 81. This is interesting. Okay, I'm just chilling out here. I'm just chilling out here. It's literally just slowly going through some sort of bizarre testing. Like if any software is supposed to calculate something, it has to be obvious where the end result is. Like where do you get the end result? Unsure. Adjust brightness. Then click the red. Oh, I'm just waiting. What am I supposed to do? Oh, I should reduce the brightness. I thank you, Koy. Thank you, Tio. I didn't quite. That was not making sense to me. Okay, so sure. Happy to do that. Let's adjust the brightness. Okay. Okay, I think I'm there. Fuck. No, I turned off the display accidentally. We're back. We're back. Okay, then click continue. There's a stupid mouse in the way. Okay. Okay, hang on. Now we're going somewhere. Read. It's just not clear what to do. It just says target and current. It doesn't say change the brightness of your monitor to hit the target. But you guys know, so that's good. Otherwise I would have been here all night waiting for step 7 to complete. Koya said, now you understand the suffering of color calibration. This is torture. As President Trump would say, never in the history of drawing tablets has someone been treated as unfairly as me right now, thanks to this device. Okay, it's moving along. Please remove your spider and click finish. Sure, I will. 6.4 Konto, 6.4. I can double check afterwards, but yeah, 6.4. Finish. Okay, sure. Let's just put the date there. 2025, 12/12. 12. Okay, save. Okay. Your profile has been created and saved. Sure. Okay. I don't even understand what it wants me to do. Like, there's a web page. I'm just gonna click next. Okay, this is something. Someone tell me what the hell this means. I just... What the hell am I looking at? Is something good? Is something bad? So I'm just looking. I'm like, what? Primaries. It's one. That is a color accuracy report. So is it accurate? It's 100%. That means it's... Where do you see 100% at? Koyo. Oh, I see it now. Okay. So basically it's correct. Click through sRGB, Adobe RGB, and P3. Adobe RGB. Okay. It's 75% of Adobe RGB. And it's 76% of P3. But the specs say something different. Right? Like, if we look up the specs, I'm going to go look up there now, okay? Kamvas Pro 24 Gen 3, right? If I go to the... If you see 100% Adobe RGB, it means an excellent display. Okay, where's Adobe? Okay, so it says 75%. I'm just trying to match up what's in the specs with this to see if we can understand. Well, if I can understand what the heck is going on. Okay, I'm looking at specs for this tablet in another window. I'll bring it over the second I find it, okay? Okay, here's what I found. So according to Huion specs, it says color gamut volume. I don't know what the hell that means. 140% sRGB. Color gamut coverage is 99 of all these things is 99, 99, 98, 98. Okay. Yeah, this is what I'm getting exactly, Kaya. Exactly, Theo. If you see, it's because you calibrated it to 100% sRGB. I did. So I have to calibrate it for each one, is what you're saying. Okay, so I should go back. Right, and calibrate it to SR. Jeez, what is going on here? I don't want this stupid thing. Okay, hang on. Let me just go through this again. Okay, where's that damn app? Oh, the stupid app closed. Where the heck? Why can't I? Okay, let's try to find this app again. Spider 6.4. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, this is why I'm confused. I know all of you are laughing at me now because when I try to test software, I just try to act like a total newbie. Because why should a user have to know anything? Okay, I'm going to do it again. Display calibration. Wide LED. You should set color display mode to native. Okay. Then I understand. Okay. So we're going to do Adobe RGB, right? Because that was the one you said if you get to 100% of that. Okay. So let me show you the camera here. And then I believe it's, oops, damn it. It's this thing. I'm going to hit Adobe RGB, okay? So I set it to Adobe RGB, okay? And then I'm going to click this thing. God damn it, I turned off the OS. I turned off the monitor again. I got to learn how to do it from the Huion dryer. Okay. So now, where the hell did my mouse go? My mouse now disappeared. That's fantastic. That was so nice. So nice. Okay, now my mouse is back. Okay. Go back to pick the panel. Sure, sure. Let me just figure out why I can't. Stupid app. I'm going to close the app and restart it. This is so funny. Don't show me this message again. Continue. Calibrate. Next. Display calibration. Next. Okay. Don't set it to WG. Set it to the mode that lets you unlock RGB sliders. That was the user mode. Okay, okay, before, you know what, let me, because why is the window not working here? Let me set it from here. I can set it, I should be able to set it from here, right? I don't see any option for the OSD settings in here. Or am I just crazy? Because like I vaguely remember something in somebody's drivers that has this setting. Okay, I don't see it. Okay, so I'm gonna do what Tio says. Don't set it to the mode that lets you unlock RGB slider. Okay, so the sliders are locked. So I go here, setting to user, and then that unlocks these sliders for brightness and stuff. And did it unlock these? No, it did not. Oh, native. Maybe native. Oh yeah, native unlocked it. So I'm gonna make these a little less crazy. Let me make it a little crazy. Or I don't even know what to do here. Yeah, I know I've seen those settings somewhere, and I guess I just always thought it was here. So this should be user, I guess. What even are these settings? So native unlocked it. Native and user. So native here, user here, unlocked those settings. Do other things unlock? Not that I'm seeing. Just native. At equal height each, okay? Let me set them equally. I really would like the OSD, to be honest. It's actually really hard to do this with a pen. Okay, I got everything to 50. Okay? So now I'm going to close the OSD and go back to Spider. Leave this on wide lead. Next. And then let me close some windows here. Okay, calibrate. Please select your sensor, sure. Spider X, yeah. Okay. No sensor was selected. What the fuck do you mean no sensor was selected, dude? It totally just like barfed on me. Oh, wait a second. Look, the RGB sliders here is actually disabled. Interesting. Select your sensor. It was just Spider. It didn't remember my settings, okay. Unsupported, cannot embed within a container controller that has not been embedded. I think they wrote this using Visual Basic .NET. Let's try this again. Crazy 7 pens with this crazy idea to make this work. What is going on here? And look at this. There's something came up here. There's some kind of menu. Some kind of weird menu here. What the hell is that? Let me take my eyes on this thing. Literally have no idea what that is. Okay, I got rid of it by holding the power button. Koyo's just... Are you enjoying my defeat here, Koyo? To see me defeated this way? This is designed to absolutely drive me crazy. Place the spider on the desk. Sure, I'll do it. It makes the, I mean, like the Huion now, I didn't understand what it did, but at least I understand that it was simpler than this. So I do appreciate that. Sure. The room light is very high. Okay, I can stop that. Look, let's try. Jesus, hope please don't. I'm not gonna do the room light business because it's getting confused. Place the spider on the display. Let me get some tape so it doesn't fall. Whoa! Don't do that. It like started measuring, and I'm like, don't measure. Oh. Okay, I'm just putting some tape there so nothing falls. Okay. Whew. What a crazy... I tried installing 6.4 from the 6.2 and it won't let me use the serial number. Okay, we're just gonna letting it run. Let's see what happens. Okay. I've definitely got to spend time learning this stuff. Just trying it out, maybe on some other displays, because I know, again, like people want me to do this, but I've never understood what the heck goes on here. I guess I always thought this was going to be a very consumer-friendly experience, but I realize now it's geared for people who I guess really are pretty deep in this field, which I am not. Oh, red continue. Yeah, thank you, Tio. I totally forgot about that. That red thing on the left just looks like a status message, so I always it just doesn't register to me to do anything to it, even though it's bright red. Koyo says, now you understand why high brightness is unnecessary for a Pro Color monitor. It only asks for 200 nits when the room light is unrecommendedly high. Right. So is it like it's asking for that because it's only asking for 200 brightness because it thinks the room lights are hot? Interesting. Tio, the problem with that is that when it doesn't fit. Like there's not enough slack in the back piece to hang over. Oh, it can be moved up and down. Oh God. Okay. Thank you. It's not obvious that would be the case, but now I know. Thank you. Finish. Okay, don't remind me about calibration. Save this as whatever. V3, whatever. Save it. Then next. Okay, so it's showing me this thing. Preview. Super professional colorists who work on Hollywood movies work in a pitch dark room. Hadn't thought about that. Good point. What does it want me to do here? I don't want to do whatever. It's confusing. It's like there's two windows with similar UI. I'm like, why is it there? I'm just going to click next because I have no idea what it's trying to get me to do. Okay. So this time it says 100% of sRGB, which is what it said last time. Preview lets you see before and after color. Got it. Now it says 97% NTSC. Now it says 99% of Adobe RGB, which is good, right? What was the difference though between what happened before? Now it says 100% of P3, 83% of Rec 2020. I didn't know what these things mean. So why does it say these things? Okay, let me see if I understand. This is telling me that the gamut of the display, which is the red triangle with the dots, covers all of our sRGB. This is telling me that almost all of NTSC is covered. This means that NTSC has more range than sRGB. Didn't know that. NTSC and Adobe RGB are almost the same, so these numbers are the same. P3 is weird, so this monitor covers all of that. Okay, and Tio is saying, Koyo says 100% P3 is very good. And Tio says 99% of Adobe RGB is excellent because 100% of Adobe RGB displays are very expensive. Didn't know that. This panel, okay. This panel is very, the question I have for Tio and Koyo is, what did I do different last time where I got weird numbers that weren't as good as this? Was it because of the room light? 100% sRGBs are low bar to clear. Got it. Got it. Cheap monitors can have 100% sRGB easily. Got it. Oh, I see. Because it's like it's a small. Oh, I see. It's a smaller rectangle. So that kind of makes sense there. I think I understand what's going on here. Right? So I don't know why I'm surprised NTSC is so wide. Honestly. Okay. So okay, where's that in the report? I'm trying to look at the report here. It says sRGB average delta E, which is 0.71, which I am told was good. I was told that anything less than 2 is good. Now you have to set the display mode to native to unlock the full potential. Okay, let's quit. Actually, I'll leave this up. Let me move the spider. I forgot to put it in native last time. Okay, thank you. So that means now it's in native now. Okay, so, oh, I see. It's using its full, that's what's going, when it's in native, it's using its full colors. When it was, okay, so let me try switching between these things and see if it looks anything interesting. Now switch between sRGB P3 on your workflow. Now, if I understand, people just, okay, I usually just leave things in sRGB, but you said that's a low bar to clear. And what I noticed now in sRGB, maybe I didn't notice this before, is how things don't look as saturated. So I think that makes sense, right? What would, for, you know, I just draw memes, basically. Should I just leave it in Adobe RGB and just call it a day and like we're fine? Because like what would be the standard setting for someone who's doing digital art where they didn't have to think about it? Just leave it in Adobe RGB? And while we're waiting for someone to say something, I'm looking at this delta E thing. sRGB average delta E says 0.71. Put it to P3 to closer to your phone. Okay, let's try that. P3. Ness Kane says Adobe RGB, you have more colors. It's good for printing stuff. sRGB is the standard for media stuff. I don't know where I got this idea, Ness Kane, but I always just, out of habit, just left things in sRGB. But I've never understood whether I was just being, you know, silly by doing that, or it, you know, I was sabotaging myself or something. And I'm clicking through here. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it in, people give me conflicting things. I'm gonna leave it in P3. Sorry, this is just giving me an example of what's happening, right? So when you're using your computer, where do you tell it use sRGB? Meaning like, I think you're talking about in here, in the OSD, right? Oops. Let me try DCI P3. There's a big difference between user and DCI P3. There's DCI P3 and display P3. For drawing sRGB standard because it helps avoid messing up the color picking. Okay. There's a huge saturation difference between sRGB and Adobe RGB. I see it when I flip between. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but like Let me see if I can bring it up. That's saturated. If I switch, you see it dropped down the red here. sRGB, Adobe, sRGB, and the red drop down. It's on your monitor to pick the spectrum color you want. sRGB. Okay, one more question. So in Windows, then this is, again, I'm talking out of pure ignorance, okay? In Windows, there's this stupid color management thing, okay? And it's got all these displays. It's actually right on the Kamvas Pro 24 right now. So like, am I supposed to do something here in this UI? Is there something supposed to happen here in this UI? Right? Or do I just leave this alone? Do I pick one of these to use? What's it even mean? Or I'm basically done just by, it's already applied. Okay, so I don't need to visit this place anymore. Okay? It's already applied. Koya, what applied it? Like what software made the setting stick? Because I know I switch between these modes. Are you saying that the spider thing somehow put some values into the monitor? Or yeah, I guess that's my question. The SpiderX created some numbers. Where were those numbers sent? Were they sent to the display, the drawing tablet, or were they sent to like Windows? Like, and Windows is somehow taking care of doing something with the drawing tablet display. You see why I'm so confused, right? Like I'm not sure where the process ended up. Like, what did it do? Right? So it's been pretty confusing. At least though, I think it answered the more fundamental question that people had for me, which was like, I should learn how to do this, which at least now I can. Neskane says, the spider creates the ICM for Windows to use. Got it. It created those profiles, and then Windows then will use them. ICC profiles are only for specific applications like Photoshop to apply. Oh, salami. Interesting. So, okay, look, I'm in Clip Studio Paint, right? Let me just draw some stupid color here. You know, just so that, what is going on here? Oh, I see. Let me draw some color here, or whatever. How, I don't touch Windows now. Somewhere in Clip Studio Paint, do I make a change in Clip Studio Paint? Or do I just leave it alone? Because you see my confusion, right? Like, I've got the OSD, which says it's in sRGB. Do I have to go into Clip Studio Paint and also tell it to be in sRGB? If you calibrate 10 displays, 10 color will be created. Then you switch to a particular display next time you select the appropriate color profile. It will just use the color. For Photoshop, it's more tricky. A headache, to be honest. Okay. If it's a headache for Photoshop, and I've got a headache for just this, it's got to be tough for Photoshop. Okay, well, at least I learned how to do this. I mean, mechanically do this task. I have to be honest. First of all, thank you for the help, everyone. I'm surprised how difficult it was. I mean, difficult in the sense that I didn't realize how much terminology is involved. When you create a new file in CSP, there should be a... So, should I then go, here's a new file. Canvas, height, basic color, paper, template. I remember something like that. I just can't remember where I saw that setting. Oh, wait a second. I think I remember now. There was an export thing, maybe? Let me just see. There was this. Embed ICC profile. Right? That's the only place I know about Calypso Paint. Koyo says, imagine you have 10 cars with different weights and you want all 10 cars at the same exact weight, like 2 tons. You add more stuff onto them or remove less. Okay, I think I'm kind of understanding the analogy. But this is just really interesting. Okay, everyone, I've gone on now for a while, for like almost 4 hours. And I think I learned more than I intended to. The display mode from Huion. OSD overwrites color settings of drawing software. The display mode from the OSD overwrites the color setting. That's interesting. I've got to learn more about this. Because I think the terminology is also messing me up as well. And I think I'm realizing also different apps do different things. Right? Okay, anyway, yeah, I think I myself am getting sleepy because it's almost midnight for me now. I didn't realize I was going on for so long. So I think I'm going to call an end to the stream. And Xiaogi says, I think Photoshop pickup color profile set in Windows. Nescain, calibrating is a pain. Took me a week to be sure I understood what I was doing with the calibrator. Okay, so this sounds like something people are used to, this kind of complicated. I mean, I'm not the only one who struggles with it, at least at first. Okay. This is why I have PTSD with color calibration. Yeah, you ain't kidding. It is complicated. Let's see. Christian Grant, conclusion, Kamvas Pro 24. It's a very good drawing tablet. Yes. Minor caveats, yes. Yeah, Christian Grant, that's a good summary. That's a real good summary. Just a few caveats. Like if you're gonna get into it, you should know what you're getting. But I think it's an S tier. Okay, everyone, I've got to get at least starting to get to bed because it's midnight for me now. So thanks everyone for joining. Thanks Tio and Koyo for helping me steer through this color. And Nescain as well, and everyone for your engagement. This was a fun stream. This was a really fun stream, and I'm liking this tablet, and I'm gonna try to use it more over the next couple of weeks, and let's see what happens. Okay, everyone, have a great night or day, and I will be seeing you all soon. Right? Bye.